right, good morning. We are back for the 2024 SPA Powerlifting Provincials here in North Martinsville Community Center, just north of Saskatoon. And this is session 2. We are about to get started. Maeva Bridges is our first lifter, and she will be opening with a 75 kilo squat. Maeva is an M3 lifter. And we have a good crowd this morning. For early in the morning, it's about 8:30 here in Saskatchewan. And our first lift is a good one. We are underway. Maeva's successful with her first opener. And we have started. We are going to be here all day. We have 3 sessions today. We will be, session 2 is this morning at 8:30. We had a session last night, our bench press session. Session 3 will be around 12:30, 1 o'clock. And session 4 will be later this afternoon, sometime between 4 and 5, given how things go and play out today. Our second lifter coming up is Doris. Doris is also an M3 lifter, and her opener is 80 kilos. We have a very strong Masters contingent in Saskatchewan. We have a number of very experienced Masters lifters in Saskatchewan. And Doris's first opener looks successful. It is 3 white lights. And she's happy with that. We have a number of Masters lifters across the province who have been very successful over the past few years. And that certainly contributes to the association. We also will be seeing a number of open lifters and junior lifters this morning. And we are always encouraging people to come out, try out powerlifting. There's the Saskatchewan Powerlifting Association is the way to get a hold of someone. That's the group you want to contact if you are interested. And our third lifter this morning is Dusty. Dusty is someone I've gotten to know a little bit over the last couple of years. He is an M4 lifter. That means he is in the 70 to 79 age group. And he is opening with 90 kilos. And that looks like a successful lift. It is. Dusty has got his opener in. He's happy. Just to, throughout the day, we'll be mentioning sponsors. We have a number of sponsors for this event, our title or platinum sponsors. Sask Lotteries, Supplement King, who are here today. They have a table at the event. And I spoke with them just a couple of minutes ago, and Supplement World as well. So those are our title or platinum sponsors, and we thank them for sponsoring this event. Our next lifter is Laura Logan. Laura's an M2 lifter, and she'll be opening with 102.5 kilos. Our platform crew is Mackie Strong. As you know, we can't do these events without volunteers. Everyone associated with this event is a volunteer, from the board, the SPA board, to the platform event, platform staff. I'm having trouble this morning. It's too early. To the record holder, the timekeeper, to the people in the back, to our registration desk. Everyone is a volunteer and doing this because of the love of the sport. Laura is about to go for her opener. And that looks like a successful lift, and it is. She's got 3 white lights. It's nice to start the morning off with a number of good openers. Our next lifter is, I hope I say this name correctly. Somebody can come correct me if I get it wrong. Jocelyn Keating. Jocelyn is an M2 lifter, and she's opening at 107.5 kilos. One of the groups I failed to mention as far as volunteers are our referees as well. The referees put in a lot of time reffing these events, and we thank them for doing that because we have to have a certain number of refs at every event. They have to be certified provincially, and we also have many that are also nationally certified. So Jocelyn with her opener. Up and down very quickly, and 3 white lights. So another good opener. Our next lifter is Teresa, or in my case, Risa. I'm gonna have a trouble with these names this morning. Oh, I'm not gonna say it, Risa. I'm sorry. Risa has become a friend of mine over the last couple of years. She's gonna be opening with 120 kilos. She is one of the most optimistic and fun people you can meet. I am very happy to be doing live stream for her this morning. And Teresa's going to be, again, as I said, opening with 120 kilos. Teresa told me to yell for her, and I told her I can't. I would hurt somebody's ears on the microphone here. So I believe that was a good lift, 2-1. I think the one red light was for depth. It was close, but it was a successful first lift, 2-1. Our next lifter is Donna Bodner. Donna is an M2 lifter. She'll be opening with 132.5 kilos. Donna has competed at nationals. I believe she might have competed internationally as well, but I definitely know she's competed at nationals before. And our platform crew is just adjusting the height for Donna. Smooth up and down. 3 white lights for Donna. It's a good lift. All of our lifters have been successful so far. It's always nice to open with a successful first lift. It takes some of the jitters away. It means you're on point. The plan is then to move on to the next lift and have a number in mind that you and your coach might want to hit. So that first lift being successful always makes for a good squat session typically. It provides confidence, and it also allows you to progress with the plan you probably brought into the day. Our next lifter is Sherry. Sherry is an M2 lifter. She will be opening at 145 kilos. This entire flight will be masters lifters, this first flight. And that looked like a good lift. We're having a little bit of trouble with the lights here. I don't know if it's a matter of the screen warming up or whatever, but it is working. We do have a successful lift. And Bryce is next. Bryce is an M2 93 lifter. I've gotten to know Bryce a little bit over the last couple of years. He'll be opening with 165 kilos. His son will also be lifting later today. So again, this is an event or a sport that anybody at any age can participate. Bryce with a nice deep squat and 3 white lights. A good lift for Bryce. Good opener. He's happy with that. Our next lifter is Mark Wachner. He is an M1 lifter, opening at 170 kilos. We are, again, the platform crew, if you don't know, does a ton of work to make this successful. They are adjusting the rack again for a tall lifter. And they are very proficient at making sure that the platform is ready quickly for each lifter. Mark is about to make his first lift. And that is a successful first lift from Mark. For those of you, because we have all masters lifters in this flight, just a quick explanation for those that are not familiar with the powerlifting age categories. We have sub-juniors and junior categories. Those are the younger lifters. Juniors are, I believe, 19 to 23. Sub-juniors are below 19. 23 to 40 is the open category. And then you get into the masters lifters, which is what we have in this flight. You have M1, M2, M3, and M4. And that's basically just referring to 10-year age categories. M1s are 40 to 50, 40 to 49, excuse me. M2 are 50 to 59, M3 are 60 to 69, and the M4s are 70 to 79-year-olds. This is Paul Hoffman. He will be opening with 175 kilos. Paul has come back to powerlifting, I think, after a few years away. I spoke with him yesterday for a minute. That appears to be a successful lift. And that's a good lift, a good opener for Paul. Our next lifter is Jeff Dolan. Jeff will be opening as an M2 120 plus lifter at 250 kilos. Jeff competed at Western Canadians earlier this year, and I believe he set a couple of M2 Saskatchewan records. He is opening with 550 pounds for those of you that need the conversion. Again, looked very smooth. It is a good lift, 2 to 1. There might have been a depth issue on the one side. Yep, there was a depth issue on the one side. Still a good lift, 2 white lights. As we like to say, all you need is 2. You don't need 3. 2 white lights gets you a good lift. Our last lifter in this flight is Rob Lapine. He is an M2 120 lifter, and he will be opening at 257.5 kilos. So approximately, again, for those that need the conversion, approximately 567, 68 pounds. We are Rob is working on getting his belt ready. All lifters have 1 minute from the time the bar is loaded to complete their lift. That is called out by the referee, the head referee. They must successfully start the lift before the time expires. And that's a successful opener for Rob. So we are finished that first flight. All of our lifters were successful with their first lift, which is nice to see. And we are back up to the top of the order. Maeva will be coming out in just a moment and attempting her second lift at 85 kilos. Maeva is an M3 lifter in Saskatchewan here. She is at many of the events. She volunteers a lot of her time and helps out in various ways at many of the events here throughout the year.
Yep, she's a local lifter from Moose Jaw. Trains in my gym with me. She's been training with us for years now, and she's definitely always around, always helping.
And so I'm just going to mention this, who has joined us.
Sorry, Ryan Stin. I've been running around doing the live stream, but I thought I'd hop in and do a little commentary with Mark. I know it's easier with two people to try and do this, so I figured I'd pop in for a minute.
Yeah, Ryan's being pretty modest. He set up the entire live stream setup for us. He is also an international lifter of his own, and is I believe, a world champion.
Master 1 equipped world champion.
Yes, so if you don't know the Stins in Saskatchewan and powerlifting, you haven't been paying attention. So I'm happy to have him here. He has a wealth of knowledge about powerlifting and makes this much easier for me. All I have to do is show up, so I'm grateful.
Yeah, well, we try. We've been involved in sport for a long time, so it's been good to us, and so we try and give back to it for sure.
Yep. All right, our next lifter is Doris. Doris's second attempt will be at 85 kilos.
Doris slipping out of Weyburn from Olympia in depth. That's Ryan Fowler's club down there.
Ryan has brought a number of lifters up for this meet. I think I heard 18 lifters.
It's possible, yeah. He does have a pretty darn big club down there, so. Yeah. And he's coaching one arm these days. He ended up tearing his bicep a couple months ago, and so he's got a bit of extra help helping him today to try and coach all his athletes, because hard to load plates with one arm. So
yeah, it's definitely not something you want to be doing with a torn bicep.
No, for sure.
Laura's our third lifter in the flight. She will be attempting 110 kilos, adding 7.5 to the bar for her second attempt. Laura is an M2 63 kilo lifter.
Lifting out of Trench Fitness in Regina, coached by Neil, the proprietor of that facility.
Trench Fitness being one of 9 clubs in the province that have SPA affiliation?
Yeah, I think that's correct, yeah.
Nice and deep for
Laura. Shouldn't be a question on depth there.
No. And it's a good lift for Laura.
So if you're happen to be watching and you're wondering how you become a club affiliated with the SPA, you can contact the registration chairperson. I believe that's Rashina, and she can help you get your club affiliated and set up and become an official club for Saskatchewan powerlifting.
And as Ryan's pointing out, and as I pointed out earlier, powerlifting is something you can do from any age, and certainly would be, I think, beneficial to any gym or club in the province to add that affiliation. It certainly makes it easier for members that want to be part of powerlifting if you are affiliated.
And speaking of any age, here's our M4 lifter, Dusty Deer.
Yep.
He's been around lifting for quite a few years now, and so M4 is over 70 years old. But I do think Dusty might be actually over 80 years old.
He's getting close.
Yeah, okay.
I think he's very close.
So he's been around for a number of years now, and strong guy. Slow and controlled there, but
Slow and steady.
Yeah, he's good lift. So
nice jump on his second attempt, and that's successful for Dusty. He's happy about that.
yeah,
Our next lifter is Jocelyn.
another of the lifters out of Weyburn, out of Olympia there.
She'll be attempting 112.5 kilos. Another one of Ryan's lifters. Just a minute, we'll talk about, while we're waiting here, about weight classes. The International Powerlifting Federation sets our weight classes for us. And so we'll wait till Jocelyn makes his lift, and then we'll talk a little bit more about that. Jocelyn is a 84 kilo lifter.
Fighting through it, but it looks like it should be good there. See what the referees say. They agree. 3 white lights.
So as we talk about weight classes, the International Federation sets the weight classes for us. Lifters can fall into any one of, I believe it's 10 weight classes.
There's 8 male and 8 female weight classes.
8 and 8, excuse me.
With one additional for juniors and sub-juniors in each of them. So,
right.
And then in Canada we actually have, I believe it's 4 additional weight classes for youth lifters. So the youth category is under 14, so I think age 8 up to age 13. So they've included a few lighter weight classes for those age categories as well. Okay. Yeah, officially, internationally, there's 8 in the male and female, and then 1 additional for the sub-junior and junior. Again, a lighter weight class for those younger lifters.
Right. Teresa is up. Teresa's going to be attempting 127.5 for her second.
Teresa's out of Saskatoon with Bridge City Barbell. And they also have a large contingent of lifters here.
And it,
Look good.
a good lift.
Yep, 3 white lights.
Yeah, she's happy with that. Just to mention again some of our sponsors. We mentioned our platinum sponsors earlier, some of our gold sponsors. We have Blackthorn events, who are our host, Mackey Physiotherapy, and Inner Strength Products for all of your equipment needs. Just a point I can mention, Inner Strength Products is where I go to get all of my stuff. The customer service is outstanding. They're always willing to help you out. The shipping is great, although maybe not so much right now with the strike, but is that over?
Well, no. If you don't know, I'm one of the co-owners.
I wasn't going to say that.
So the strike isn't over, but luckily we've been able to leverage some of our other shipping partners. So we are still shipping out daily, and mostly with FedEx now, and as well as a couple other. But yeah, it's a little stressful with Canada Post going on strike there right before the holidays. Hopefully that'll be resolved soon.
Good. Yeah, I didn't want Ryan and Ray own Inner Strength Products. This is Donna. This is with her second attempt at 145 kilos. And I believe that will be successful.
Yep, 2 white lights.
2 white lights.
1 for depth on the far side there.
Yep.
But still a good lift.
When we look at squats, Ryan, one of the things that my past experience and having watched many events now is that if you're going to get called for something, the majority of calls will be on depth.
It's the most common cause of failure. In reffing or lifting, there's 3 different colored lights that indicate the reason for failure. So if you're watching the live stream, you can see the lights come up, and if it's a red light, there's actually a little colored ring around that red light, and that'll tell you the color of the failure. So red card on a red light is depth. So that's the most common for squat, which is why it's number 1 card. And then there's a couple other technicalities we can talk about as well.
Sure.
This is Sherry now with 155 kilos. Again, lifting out of Trench Fitness in Regina. 10 kilo jump off her opener. So healthy jump there, but still moved pretty well.
Yep.
We got 3 white lights.
And 3 white lights for Sherry. Bryce is our next lifter. He is taking a 7.5 kilo jump up to 172.5. So if it's not a red light for depth, then what are the other 2 possibilities?
So the 2 card is the blue card. So you see a blue ring on that red light, that's a 2. In the squat, that's most commonly going to be for up and down. So if you're on the way up with the squat and you dip back down, that's going to be a 2. And then if you aren't standing upright at the beginning or the end, so your knees are soft at either position, or you're too bent over, that's also going to be a 2. And then the last card would be the yellow card or the 3 card, which kind of covers a bit of everything else. So if you take a step or you miss your commands, that's probably the most common one, especially for newer lifters, is in lifting you have commands. In squat there's 2 commands, so the lifter here, Bryce, is going to stand upright and get ready, and once he's in the right position, the referees will give him a start command. He'll squat down, come up, and then once he's standing there, he'll get a rack command. So if he beats either of those commands, he'll get a yellow card for that. So luckily he didn't, so he got 3 white lights. But it's a very common thing for new lifters to kind of jump those commands and get nervous, a little excited, and just kind of beat one of those commands either way. And then the other ones for 3, yeah, I guess just failing the lift in general would be a 3 card or a yellow card. There's a swag full of them, but the most common would be for stepping or beating your commands.
Right. So that gives you an overview of what can happen and what the colors are on a red card, or what the 3 possibilities are. As Ryan mentioned, new lifters often will be nervous. They may jump a command or fail a command. Right now we have Mark with his second lift. He's making a 12.5 kilo jump up to 182.5 kilos. This is just over 400 pounds. For those that need the conversion, I think it's 401.
Fighting through it there, but so he's going to stand with it.
It's a good grind for him,
yeah.
And it's a good lift.
We got 3. We got 3 red lights. So they're all depth calls. So
oh, they are reds.
looked like he got a little bit forward on his toes maybe, and just didn't quite stay into the squat quite enough, which results in just not get that hip below the top of the knee.
Right.
So.
Let's talk about that depth issue. The depth standard is that crease at the hip has to go below the top of the knee.
So it's kind of hard to describe audibly, but
yes.
Yeah, if you're in a crouch position, the top surface of your quad at the hip has to be below the top surface of your knee. If you don't achieve that, then that's when you're going to get that red card.
Right.
So it's tough, especially when you're training alone, to make sure you're getting that. But you can use video and stuff like that to make sure you're training to the provincial or to the standard that's required for competition. So yeah, it's very important to make sure you're training to those standards, because otherwise you're going to come here and get a hard lesson, and it's really hard to suddenly adapt on the day and squat an inch or 2 deeper suddenly, because the referees don't like what you're doing.
Right. This is Paul. Paul is attempting a Saskatchewan record, 186 kilos. This will be for the M3 105 Saskatchewan record.
So 186, you notice that's not other weights you've seen have probably been all a 5 or a 2.5 or a 0 at the end. All attempts have to be in a 2.5 kilo increment, unless it happens to be a record, and then you can go up as
And that is
half a kilo.
a good lift for Paul and a new Saskatchewan record. Yeah, I was going to ask you about that, a little bit more about that. When you're setting records, and it can be at a provincial level, a national level, international level, all of the increments are in 2.5 or 5 or 10 kilos, etc. Records can be set in terms of half kilos, in terms of 1 kilo.
Yeah, so you can always beat the record by half a kilo if it's a provincial. So at this level, because we're at a provincial championship, we could do that for a provincial record or a national record. If you're up at national level, then you can only do it for a national record. You couldn't do a provincial record like that. You couldn't do the increment. But at this level, we can chip. We call it chipping a record of by as little as half a kilo, which can be the right number you want when it's your max attempt.
Exactly.
Now that was clearly not Paul's max. It was his second attempt,
and it went pretty
still,
well.
Still more in the tank for him. So.
Yep. Jeff is going to be putting 265 on the bar for his second attempt.
Looked like he just lost tightness there.
Yeah. Just
fell back on his heels a bit and didn't quite come up with it. But he'll come back with that for sure.
Yep.
His opener moved well, so.
Yeah, it seemed like he lost his balance almost a little bit too.
Yeah, I'd say.
All right, we have our last lifter of our second attempts. It's Rob. Rob will be attempting 272.5 kilos. He is making a 15-kilo jump.
Yeah, so this is right just at 600 pounds here for Rob. Rob's been around the sport for a long time, very experienced lifter. He's lifted nationally, internationally, so he's an experienced lifter for sure. Good fight through it, but I think it moved well.
It did.
Referees agree. 3 white lights on that. That's a good lift.
You got 3 white lights. Good lift for Rob.
So we're coming back to the third attempts now. So there is in all 3 disciplines. So in your squat, your bench press, and your deadlift, you get 3 attempts to kind of find your max weight. So you have. It can be a bit of a challenge. You have to make sure that your opening attempt is safe because you cannot reduce the load on the bar. If you happen to miss it, you can only ever stay the same or go up. So there's a lot of strategy to try and pick those attempts just right.
So yeah, I talked a little bit last night about how a lot of times lifters will make a safe first opener attempt, something less than maybe 100% of what they can do to make sure that they stay in the event, because they can be knocked out of the event by not being successful in any of the 3 lifts.
Yeah, for sure. So the old adage, the old rule of thumb was something you can do for a triple in the gym would be a good weight for your opener. That should be something that's pretty safe to do for a single on almost any given day.
This is Doris with her
third attempt.
Third attempt, excuse me. We're on third attempts.
Yeah. Still moved well. Still looked like she had more to think though.
Yep. Still 3 white lights for her. Good third attempt. She was 3 for 3 on squats. She's got to be happy with that going into bench. And Laura is next. She's up at 115 kilos.
So yeah, that opener kind of want to have something that's very safe. Something you can do for 3 reps. That usually that's something around like 90% or something like that. 91% maybe. And then your second attempt probably going to be up around 97, percent. And then that third attempt, usually aiming for 101, 102, 103. Kind of depends on the experience of the lifter too, and how long they've been lifting. You have a new lifter, you make gains pretty quickly. So, you can make those big gains really quick, and maybe your third attempt is 105% of what your max used to be. Laura here with 115 kilos.
Grinds that one out.
3 white lights.
3 white lights. A good third attempt for Laura. So before Dusty comes up here, I was going to ask you a little bit more about those percentages in terms of attempts. And as you mentioned, experienced lifters might approach that quite differently than a new lifter. New lifters, again, if you're without a coach, that can be kind of challenging. With a coach, they're helping you in that process.
For sure. So most lifters here will have someone kind of helping them, handling them, they're watching them. Because in the moment, it can be hard to kind of judge how hard a lift really was. So, you're amped up and, you might feel like you can run through a wall, but your coach, you might want to rein you back a little bit and say, hey, maybe we only go up 5 kilos instead of, 25 kilos, So it can be tough to call your own numbers in a meet, especially for a newer lifter. So it's good to have a coach that can help you. If you can hear in the background, you can hear Tanner LePage calling depth there for Dusty here as well.
Dusty getting some help from Tanner there, and it's a good lift, 2-1.
So that's another thing a coach can help you with is, calling your depth. So that can be one of those hard things, for some people to feel when they hit that depth position. So maybe they train alone and they're just never quite sure. They're always close but not there. So having a coach being able to say, yep, you're there, to come up is very helpful.
From a personal experience, I can tell that that's very helpful in terms of depth. My first couple of years of powerlifting, depth was definitely an issue for me. The last event that I did, the coaching that I had it just made such a difference because the coach added 10 kilos to the bar on my third squat. I didn't know what I had left in the tank. He saw what was left, and it went really well.
For sure, yeah. Having a coach to keep an eye on that, and an experienced coach has seen, thousands and thousands of lifts. So Jocelyn grinding out a third attempt here. 117 kilos, a 5 kilo jump. So that looked like a good third attempt number there. 3 white lights.
And there she goes. She's got it. She's happy with that. She grinds that one out.
It's kind of what you want your third attempt to look like. You got nothing left in the tank. You got the max number for the day.
Yeah, so if you want to know what 101, maybe 102% looks like, that's what it looks like. She gave it everything on her third, and she gets that. We have Teresa or Risa up next. Her third attempt at 132.5 kilos.
So 5 kilo jump here from her second.
I noticed her second went a little bit better than her first. I think it was a little bit of jitters. Once she got that first one out of the way, the second one was a lot more successful.
That can definitely be the way with, that first lift can be stressful. Speaking from someone who's had a few meets where I missed my first 2 squats on depth, and you're everything's on the line for that third attempt. It's when you get that first one in, it kind of takes a lot of that pressure off, and you kind of get a little sigh of relief.
Yeah, there is a bit of, and Risa's got her third one. She's really happy with that. There is a stress level that definitely increases if you are on that third squat and you have not made a successful squat
for sure.
in any of the 3 lifts.
Yeah.
But certainly for squats, because it's the opening lift, lifters who are facing that third squat to stay in the meet, that can be a lot of stress.
For sure. You never really want to be in that position. You definitely want to be ahead of the game and get your opener in, and then you can make those jumps and make more attempts. Make more kilos in your total, really.
Right. And that speaks to the kind of the mental aspect of powerlifting, which I think is kind of not really understood in terms of how important it is. Because for me, what I find is that confidence level that comes from a successful lift versus a failed lift can be huge.
For sure. Donna coming out for her third attempt here at 156. So this is I think I heard this is a provincial record attempt.
Exactly. Provincial record at 156 for Donna. The M284 plus record.
Almost 350 pounds here. Moved pretty well there.
We'll see if she hit depth.
Two red lights there.
Not quite.
Just not quite deep enough. That can happen when you get to your heavier weights. You get a little tighter, a little...
mentally, what I found is mentally you feel like you can't go as deep.
Right. Or you're just, there's nerves, right?
Yep.
This is probably more than you've done before, so you're worried about really pushing into the depth and not being able to come up with it. So that's another reason why it's nice to start with a lightweight that you're really confident with. You can kind of move well, get depth well. But when you get those third attempts, sometimes you get stressed, you get a little more anxiety, you get a little tighter, and you just don't quite hit the depth quite as well. So.
And that's true of all lifters, experienced ones and new ones.
Absolutely, yeah, for sure. Sorry for the background noise. There's obviously some repair work being done in the warm-up room.
We will we'll let you know what they're drilling later on, maybe. Sherry's up with her third attempt at 165 kilos.
I'm just going to step out for a second here. I'll leave you for a
Sure,
second, Mark.
sure thing. Sherry goes nice and deep. Oh. And that's not a good lift. There was an up and down on our way back up. And as Ryan pointed out earlier, up and down is a failed lift. It is a red card, a number 2, a blue. Up next we have Bryce. Bryce's third attempt will be at 182.5 kilos, excuse me. That is 401 pounds. He's making a 10-kilo jump. While we have a bit of a pause here, I'm going to mention some of our other sponsors. Some of our silver sponsors: Foundation Fitness, Bridge City Barbell here in Saskatoon, SBD Canada, Sastel, Strong Arm Sport, and Great Western Brewing. Some of our silver sponsors, and we thank them for helping out with this event. Just a little bit of a delay there while we get the platform set up. And the bar is ready for Bryce. Bryce is successful with his third lift. He's happy with that. 182.5 kilos. Mark is also going to be attempting 182.5 kilos. He did not get it on his second. He will be attempting it again on his third. And the bar is loaded for Mark. We have our event center is filling up nicely. And I'm not sure that's going to be a successful lift. There might have been an up and down. Yes, there was. Unfortunately, Mark had a small up and down in the middle of the lift on the way back up, and that is a no lift. Paul is up. He is going to be adding to his provincial record that he set a few minutes ago. He is attempting 195 kilos. This is 429 pounds for those that need the conversion. 195 kilos for Paul. This is an M3 105 provincial record again. Good lift. That is a good lift. Paul has added to his provincial record, 195 kilos. Jeff is up for his third and final attempt at 275 kilos. He is going up another 10 kilos, despite missing at 265 on his second attempt. having walked off the platform from his second attempt, I think Jeff believed that it was more of a technical issue than it was a strength issue. So he's hoping to correct that and add 10 kilos to his third and final attempt. Jeff is our second to last lifter in our first session here. Our first flight of the morning.
Let's go, Jeff.
And not quite enough there on the day. And so Jeff will finish squats with 250 kilos. Our last lifter of the first round is Rob. And Rob will be attempting 285 kilos for his third and final attempt. That is 627 pounds approximately for those that need that conversion to the old imperial system. Rob is our last lifter of this first flight. We will take a very short break after that and then get into our second flight of lifters. Almost. Rob gave it a good try. He was grinding. He just couldn't quite finish, and he got about halfway up. So Rob will finish with 272.5. That is the end of our first flight for squatters. We will be moving into our second flight here in just a minute. And they will be taking a short 1 or 2 minute break. It will not be much of a break. We will get right into our second flight. And we have one more lifter in this flight. Sherry was given a third attempt again. There was a call of spotter interference. There was just an accident that occurred when she was making her last attempt. She will be given an opportunity to make her third attempt again at 165 kilos. And boy, determination there on her part. A good lift for Sherry on her fourth attempt today, not third, fourth. And very successful. So now we are finished our opening flight for the morning, and there will be a short break. All right, we are back. Our second flight this morning is our sub-junior and junior lifters. Our opening lifter is Michaela. She is a sub-junior, and she'll be opening with a squat of 60 kilos. Boy, nice and deep there. Really smooth, and a good opener from Michaela. Our second lifter is Chelsea. Chelsea will be opening with 62.5 kilos. Both Michaela and Chelsea are coached by Ryan Fowler out of Weyburn. Ryan does an excellent job with the sub-junior and junior lifters. They have a very strong junior program down in Weyburn. And she will be, as I mentioned, attempting 62.5 kilos for her opener. She is decked out in a nice SBD gear. SBD Canada is one of our sponsors. And a good lift for Chelsea on her opener. Brooklyn is our third lifter of our sub-juniors in this flight. She'll be attempting 65 kilos. Brooklyn is also a sub-junior. She's in the 76 kilo category. She's also another one of Ryan's lifters. Our platform crew is just making some adjustments to the height for Brooklyn. And the bar is loaded for Brooklyn. Nice and deep, up and down, smooth. And that looks like a successful lift. Yes, it is. 3 white lights for Brooklyn. Natalie is our next lifter up. Natalie is a junior lifter, and she will be attempting 92.5 kilos. This is another one of Ryan Fowler's lifters. As we mentioned, he brought a strong contingent up from Weyburn, and many of those lifters are sub-juniors and juniors. They're once again adjusting the height for Natalie on the bar. And the bar is loaded for Natalie. That is a good opener for Natalie. She's happy with that. And our second flight is well underway. Lily Sador is our next lifter. She'll be opening at 95 kilos. I keep saying this, but this is another one of Ryan's lifters. She is a sub-junior 84 plus lifter. That was a successful lift for Lily. Mackenzie is up next. Mackenzie is also out of Weyburn. She'll be opening at 105 kilos. We have managed to lose the construction sounds in the background, which is helpful. And a good lift from Mackenzie. I hope I say this name correctly. Mikkel is our next lifter. She's going to be opening at 120 kilos. She is also out of Weyburn. Just a reminder as Mikkel makes her first attempt. And it looks successful. And she did get a 2-to-1, yes. There was a call possibly for an up and down. She did get one red light by one of the side judges, but it was a successful light at two whites. Stephanie Kirkpatrick is our next lifter, opening at 130 kilos. What I was going to mention was we do have, as I mentioned, all volunteers at this event. These events don't happen without the volunteers. We have many of the lifters who volunteer much of their time and many hours towards making these events successful, in addition to lifting. And you can see them all over the place. They are at our timekeepers bench. They are doing our platform announcing, our scorekeeping, our registration, back in the back helping with the warm-up room and on the platform. And our referees, who are also, most of them are lifters. This is Stephanie's opener. It's a good opener for Stephanie. As I mentioned, the platform crew, one of our sponsors, our gold sponsors, is Mackey Physiotherapy. You can see the platform crew with the Mackey Strong shirts. Mackey Strong Physiotherapy, one of our gold sponsors. Our next lifter is Griffin Johns. Griffin is a sub-junior, and he will be opening at 150 kilos. Very quick up and down for Griffin, and 3 white lights for his opener. He's happy with that. Our next lifter is Ryan Simmons, also a sub-junior lifter. He'll be attempting 157.5 kilos. For those of you that need the Imperial, that is about 346 pounds. Ryan is coached by the Bridge City Barbell crew, by Danny Heinz. having to readjust his belt on the platform, which you are allowed to do. It is the only piece of equipment that you're allowed to adjust. And we have lost the music, so quiet event center, and it looks like a good lift for Ryan. And it is 3 white lights, good lift for his opener. We are looking at Sophie up next. She is a junior lifter. She'll be attempting 162.5 kilos for her opener. That is a big opener for a junior lifter. And the bar is loaded for Sophie.
Let's go.
She is also a Bridge City barbell lifter.
Let's go, Sophie. He's the opener.
We have lost our music, which may be intentional. I don't know, in the background. Certainly makes it easier in terms of our live stream.
Yep.
Looks like a good opener for Sophie. And 3 white lights. That was a comfortable opener for her. We are just coming to the end of our first set of squat attempts in this flight. We have three more lifters. Jace Weir is next. Jace is a sub-junior. He'll be attempting 162.5 kilos as well. Very quick up and down for Jace. 3 white lights. He has his opener in. And we move to Jake Lindberg. He is a 93 kilo sub-junior lifter. He will be opening at 205 kilos, 451 pounds for his opener. And we are just adjusting the bar on the platform for the height for Jake. Very quick up and down. And it is a successful lift. So our last lifter in the second flight here is Bo Trung. And Bo is an 83 sub-junior lifter. And Bo will be opening with a very big number, a 245 kilo opener. That is a 539 opener. 539 pounds for Bo for his opener. For those of you that are watching, and you are watching the platform crew load the bar, the plates, those of us that powerlift get familiar with this pretty quickly, but for those of you that don't know, the plates are color-coded. Our red plates are 25 kilos. Our blues are 20. Our greens are 15. Our yellows are 10. Excuse me. Our blues are 20. Our yellows are 15. Our greens are 10. And our whites are 5. So they are color-coded for ease of loading and comprehension in terms of what is on the bar. Our black plates are 2.5 kilos, and then you have smaller plates to go beyond the 2.5s if needed. Here's Bo with 245 kilos. And it's a good lift. Good opener for Bo at 245 kilos. Back to our second attempts, up to the top of the order. Chelsea will make her second attempt at 67.5 kilos. We have, as I mentioned, a number of lifters from Weyburn, Ryan Fowler being the coach of that group. Almost half of this flight are lifters from Weyburn and Ryan's gym. He brought a large contingent with him up here for Provincials. And our loading crew is setting up again, readjusting the height for the lifter. And we are ready for Chelsea. As Ryan mentioned earlier, there are weight categories in Canada for sub-junior and junior or youth lifters, the International Federation, the IPF, has 8 categories and 1 extra category for sub-juniors. Canada has categories for youth lifters. There are 4 additional categories for the youth lifters. And we definitely have in Saskatchewan a very strong sub-junior and junior contingent of lifters. That is due and credit due to people like Ryan Fowler, like Stims in Moose Jaw, like some of the gyms in Saskatoon and Regina, Trench in Regina, Red City Barbell in Saskatoon. All of these gyms and the lifters that work in these gyms and own or operate these gyms are very good at encouraging the young lifters and in having young lifters get started in a positive environment. And you can see that by the numbers that we have at Provincials for our younger lifters. Michaela with 67.5 kilos with a successful second lift. Brooklyn is our next lifter. She'll be attempting 70 kilos. We are about an hour into our meet for this morning. We're on our second flight. For those of you that have just joined, our second flight is sub-junior and junior lifters. Our first flight was all masters lifters. We are halfway through our second flight, not quite halfway through our second flight of squats. And once this flight is done, we will be heading back to bench press for our masters lifters after a short break. Just want to mention our sponsors again, our title sponsors or our platinum sponsors, Sask or Saskatchewan Lotteries, Supplement King, who had a table here at the event, and Supplement World. And we thank them for being platinum sponsors. Brooklyn with a good lift. Natalie is our next lifter, and she will be adding 5 kilos to the bar and attempting 97.5 kilos. We have, if you're not aware, we have backstage, we have a number of people, whether it's coaches, we also have volunteers backstage supporting the lifters as they warm up to get ready for their attempts. For those of you that don't know, when you are at a meet and you are making those 9 attempts, 3 squats, 3 bench, 3 deadlift, there's a warm-up process as you would do with any kind of athletic event. And you go to the gym and you lift, you warm up. Prior to an event like this, the warm-up is crucial in terms of being prepared to get out onto the platform and make that best attempt. Natalie at 97.5 kilos, her second attempt in this flight. And Coach Ryan with the bionic arm. Bit of a grind in the middle for Natalie, but a good lift, and her second is successful. I joked with Ryan last night that he just has to get 2 of those, and then 2 bionic arms bench press is not an issue anymore. I think he can dial that thing up, right?
I'm not sure if he can. Kind of locks him in place there, sort of. So might not get a good lift off that.
Maybe not. It looked like he could dial that thing up and just get it tighter and tighter.
Yeah, no, it just locks his extension at
gotcha.
about like 30 degrees shy of full extension. Just has that bicep tendon repairs.
I'll give away my age and say it looks a little bit like the $6 Million Man.
Yeah, no, I mean, for sure. It looks pretty high tech. But
It looks high tech. All right, we have Lily with her second attempt at 100 kilos. This is a 5 kilo jump for her, and it is up and down quickly. Good second attempt for Lily. She's happy with that. Kenzie's our next lifter. She's also one of Ryan's lifters. She's going to make a 7.5 kilo jump to 112.5 kilos. And as you can see on the platform, they are adding those small plates, the tiny plates. The 2.5 kilo plate, the black one, is the smallest colored plate. After that you have, and maybe you can jump in here, Ryan, you have varying plates of smaller sizes, including chipping plates, which you had brought up a little earlier.
yeah, so there's the small standard plate is the 1.25 kilo plate, which is the silver plate you see on the bar there. And then below that you have record plates, which are 0.25 kilos and 0.5 kilos. So it allows you to make those half kilo and 1 kilo jumps.
I was pointing out a little bit earlier about the color coding of the plates in order of ease for the platform loaders, but also just for the audience too.
Yeah, there's so regulations are that the plates, the 20 kilo plates, the red plates, it's a good lift there. Then there's the blue 20 kilo plates, the yellow 15 kilo plates, and then the green 10 kilo plates. And now I might be, I could be wrong. I think anything 10 kilos and down can be any color.
Oh,
So
okay.
it's just the heavier plates that have color coding that are required. Now there's pretty standard colors that are out there, which is that the 10 kilos green, the 5 kilos white, and the 2.5 is black.
Right.
But I believe those, the 10 and down, if it's not 10 and down, it's the 5 and down, can be any color. So you do see some plate manufacturers take some liberties with that. Most notably recently, Tidex, a brand, had some different color plates. And the problem with that is people at spot and load, you start calling out colors instead of weights sometimes. So you might say like blue, black, silver sort of thing. And then you go to a plate set that doesn't have that color coding and it really throws you off. A little bit of a fight there for Michaela, but looked good.
Good lift from Michaela.
3 white lights for her.
Yeah, I was mentioning the color coding and the ease for the platform loaders is really all about the color coding, especially when you get into multiple plates on the bar, and you're talking about whether it's small amounts or chipping or anything, and you've got a number of reds, and then you have to figure out the colors. It certainly helps the platform loaders in terms of being standardized.
Yeah, for sure. And that's why I think most plate manufacturers standardize on the same colors. That way it's pretty seamless between them. And then even as an audience member, you can kind of quickly glance once you get used to it. Quickly glance and know what's on the bar just by looking at colors.
So Stephanie adding 5 kilos to her first attempt. This is 135 kilos for her second.
She's at a Bridge City Barbell in Saskatoon. A little bit of a fight through the middle, but looked pretty smooth otherwise.
Yeah, it was a good lift for her. 3 white lights. And Ryan is up next. He'll make a 7.5 kilo jump to 165. Ryan is also a Bridge City Barbell lifter. And Bridge City also has a number of sub-junior and junior lifters at the event this weekend.
Yeah, it's a busy weekend for some coaches. $165 kilos on the bar, and Ryan is in the 66 kilo class, so he's getting close to the 3 times bodyweight squat here. 2.5 times for sure. Which, as a sub junior, which is from age 14 to 18, it's pretty serious weight. He lost position there low in the bottom.
And he seemed to lose his brace a bit at the bottom.
Yeah.
Lost the tightness. Talking about the brace and the tightness, when you are squatting, generally speaking, you want to be very tight through the torso, through the core, in order to support the weight on the way back up. Talk a little bit about that.
Yeah, so you'll see most lifters wearing a belt, which allows you to really inflate into your abdomen to kind of build what's called intra-abdominal pressure, which can help to protect and support the spine. If you really think about it, like, you know, the body's kind of weird. You got a lot of musculature and structure at the top and a lot of structure at the bottom, and then in the middle is just kind of like a wobbly spine. So you kind of want to brace around that as best you can to make sure you
it's almost like inflating a tire around the center.
Absolutely, yeah. So it kind of, you know, in the squat especially, you know, you're transmitting power from your legs to the bar on your shoulders. So if you don't have a rigid structure in the middle, you're going to, you know, lose some of that power in the transition. So if you really want that core, that waist to be as rigid as possible, allowing you to, you know, transmit all the power from the floor to the barbell. So,
Good lift for Griffin at 165 kilos. He's getting a little bit of information from the referee. I believe that's from the start where he kind of does a little bit of an up and down.
Yeah, I think that's what Chris Arnold here on the near side was saying to him, that he kind of did a little bit of a dip after he got the start command, which could be interpreted by some referees as the start of your squat, in which case you'd have a down and up and then a down again, which would be a no lift. I'd give you a blue card on that. So you just get a little bit of warning that, you know, kind of be careful, especially not bending the knees. If you breathe hard and the bar might come up and down because you're breathing and really getting that brace, it shouldn't be an issue. But when you bend the knees or let the knees soften up, you might have that issue. So
once you start in that locked out knee position from the start command, you can't really, as you mentioned, soft knees. You have to commit to the start of the lift.
Right. Yeah. You can't go down a little bit and come back up and restart the squat. You have to, once you're going down, you're going down. So
here's Sophie with 172.5 kilos. This is a 10 kilo jump for Sophie. And boy,
really strong squat.
She made that look pretty easy. 3 white lights for her. She's happy with that second attempt.
You really see a variety of different stances and techniques. Powerlifting is very individualized, where you can kind of find techniques that work for you. So Sophie there had a fairly narrow squat stance. Her knees were almost touching at the bottom. And then you have someone in the last session, or last flight, Jeff Dolan, was squatting with a very wide stance.
Is that due, for me, as I've learned my squat over the years, a lot of it's due to anatomy, how you're built.
I mean, I'd definitely say so. I think there's hip socket builds that kind of like lend themselves to certain positions.
We have Jace here, adding 10 kilos for his second attempt at 172.5 kilos. That's a good lift for Jace. Yeah, I noticed that, as I pointed out, anatomy seems to make a difference in terms of foot position, whether it's wider, it's narrower. I tend to have a fairly narrow position. My hip flexibility is not great. I also know, and I'll give an example here of someone who's coaching today. Danny Hines goes with a very wide squat stance, almost like a sumo deadlift stance.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think some of it is the position that you can get to that depth in, right? I mean, if you have the wrong build, the wrong flexibility, and you try and do a wide stance, you may not get anywhere near depth. And then if you bring it in, a narrow stance, then it'll be easier for you. But the opposite can be true for the next person, where a narrow stance is going to make them not get depth, and then they have to go wider to get that full range of motion.
Jake here making a 15-kilo jump. This is a lot of weight for a sub-junior 93. He's attempting 220 kilos. And he moves that pretty well. Let's see if depth is good. And it is. 3 white lights for Jake at 484 pounds.
Next attempt out will be Bo, which is going to be another national record. I believe his first attempt was a national record as well.
Bo's attempting 255, which is 561 pounds.
So we need to swap our referees out to get the proper referees in position for a national record.
And just mention that a little bit too, about national records require national referees.
Yeah, so the different levels of records require different levels of referees. So to set a national record, you need to have 3 national referees reffing you to ensure that the lift is done to standard. So in Canada, we have provincial referees, then there's national referees, and then beyond that, there's 2 levels of international referees. So if you were to set a world record at a certain event, you'd have to be refereed by 3 international referees. So it's all just to make sure that the lift is done to the highest standard required.
And we have
Referees
a new national record for Bo. 3 white lights.
Yeah, so that's an 83 kilo sub-junior squatting 255 kilos.
That is a lot of weight for a sub-junior.
Monster weight. It's 562 pounds,
2 pounds,
61
yeah.
pounds, something like that. So,
And that's for someone who is under 19.
Yeah, no, it's,
We're talking about a lot of weight.
yes, it's a huge weight. So,
All right, we are just about to start our 3rd round in this second flight. Chelsea will start us off with 72.5 kilos. One of our number of lifters from Ryan's Fowler's Gym out of Weyburn. Just to mention another one of our sponsors, Blackthorn Events is our host today. And Inner Strength products for all of your equipment needs. Based out of Moose Jaw, but selling equipment around the world. And I can't say enough about the customer service when you buy products from them. They just really go out of their way to make sure that you get what you need and you get it on time. All right. Chelsea here with 72.5 kilos. Nice up and down. See if depth was good. It did look good, and yes, it is. Chelsea is 3 for 3 on squats. Now we see the smile. She was pretty serious on the first 2. We finally see a smile out of Chelsea. She's happy.
So you'll note most lifters are wearing, like I said earlier, the belt, and then they're also to compete. You don't need a whole lot to compete. Realistically, you need a singlet, which you'll see all the lifters wearing. Any sort of t-shirt that's made of cotton and polyester, doesn't have any kind of crazy logos on it. There are some requirements for logos, so plain white t-shirt, and then some athletic shoes and socks is really all you need. But you'll note most of our lifters are also wearing the belt and the knee sleeves, and those just add a little bit of compression. The belt, as you said, helps to brace a little better, get a little tighter, and then the knee sleeves give a little bit of warmth and compression on the knees, protects the knees, and I don't think you get a whole lot of kilos out of the squat, but definitely feel a lot better. Ooh. Just fighting through it.
Kayla fights through that. We'll see if it's a good lift. There was a little bit of a bobble in the middle.
Oh, 3 white lights.
3 white lights. Good for her. She got it. Yeah, I was going to mention that you mentioned the equipment that you need when you first start out is pretty minimal.
Yeah.
There's not a lot of things. I like to compare it to other sports. Probably similar to soccer. And for those people that we're in Saskatchewan that play hockey or have kids that play hockey, it's a lot cheaper than hockey. Because I know firsthand.
Yeah, there's no. I mean, there's nothing too expensive. You can basically lift in any sort of pair of shoes. I generally recommend if you're only going to wear one, then you get the flattest, thinnest soled shoe you can to make sure it's not going to be too compressive. You see some people lifting in like a sneaker, but especially in the squat or deadlift, you're going to get a lot of squish and compression, which is basically instability you're adding into your lift. And again, any sort of instability in that is going to be bad. So basically a real flat, thin sole, lots of would be sort of like a minimal shoe would be what you kind of want. And that'll do you for all three lifts, really.
Brooklyn here with her third attempt at 75 kilos.
She fights through that.
Yep. Little pause in the middle as she tries to stabilize,
down,
but
let's see what the referees say. 3 white lights, so
she
she's
got
good,
3 whites. She's good.
So the bar can pause there, but if it went down, if the whole of the bar goes down, then she's going to get a red light for that.
And as I watch lifters, a lot of lifters, when they squat, if they're going to have a challenging part of a lift, it's in that middle where it's the transfer of power.
Yes, for sure. Yeah, you might pop out of the hole okay, and then a few inches above the hole, out of the bottom position, you're going to kind of slow down, and that's where you'll see that grind kind of come in. And you can't retain enough speed, then you're going to get stuck. So she was able to basically come to almost a complete stop and still like find something, a second gear to kick into to push through on that one. So
Natalie here with her third attempt at 100 kilos. Natalie is a junior lifter. Most of this flight is sub-juniors. We do have 2 or 3 juniors in the group. Natalie's one of those.
Just a 2.5 kilo jump off her second attempt. Oh, she's fighting through it. Oh, just a little too much. So see the bar descends a little bit there, and the head ref will call rack on that. And
Sure.
so
Lily is our next lifter. She'll be adding 5 kilos to the bar for her third attempt at 105 kilos. Our lifters are getting ready in the back for the first flight group to do bench as we get about halfway through this second flight for squats.
yeah, so if you're starting out, I mean, you can get a decent pair of flat shoes. If you train with someone, maybe you can borrow a singlet for your first event. It's not something everyone wants to wear around, but you kind of get used to wearing one in competition. But I know the first time it can be a little uncomfortable to walk in front of a crowd in a singlet. Lily comes out there for
I think with the singlet, what you just have to do is just ignore the fact that you're in front of anybody.
Yeah, I mean,
It's focus on the lifting.
I mean, everyone else around you is also wearing a singlet,
Exactly.
so it's not, you don't look out of place. Even though you might feel out of place, you don't look at.
Right.
So you can borrow a singlet or get an inexpensive singlet to start out, and then you just need a t-shirt. So I mean, it's a pretty minimal amount of stuff you need. You're going to need a membership, and you can get that by going to Saskatchewan or saskpowerlifting.ca. That'll get you set up with a membership. Memberships are good for 1 year from the date you get them, so you get a whole year of competitions out of that membership. So yeah, it's not a very expensive sport to get started in. I mean, you can spend a lot on shoes and knee sleeves and belts and all that sort of stuff, and you don't need to get started. You can start out with the minimal amount and get a feel for it.
Yeah. Here's Mackenzie with 117.5 kilos. She's added 5 kilos to her second attempt.
Ooh, just that sticking point and couldn't push through it.
Yep.
So that's what third attempts kind of are for, right? You're kind of pushing that limit. You're trying to set a PR or in some cases a provincial record or a national record, and also they're challenging.
Yeah, when we go back to equipment just for a little bit, and you mentioned how it's very inexpensive to get started. Even as you get into powerlifting, and if you stay with the sport and you start to do things beyond provincials, whether it's regionals or nationals, or for some of us that are fortunate enough, international events, you're still not looking at a sport that over time, once you buy equipment, it lasts a fairly long time.
For sure, yeah. Yeah, it's if you buy something quality, it's going to last you. And I've been using the same belt for 9 years, I think. So, I wear an SBD belt that when they first came out, I got one, and so it's now 9 years old, and I still see no reason to replace it.
There's Michaela with grinding it out.
135 kilos.
7.5 kilo jump for her, and she's successful. She's 3 for 3 today. She's happy.
Yeah, so as long as you buy something quality, and the thing about powerlifting, get a little tricky, is that there are approved brands, so you can't just buy any belt off of Amazon or anything like that. It has to be an approved brand, so it can get a little bit tricky. I don't want to promote my own business here, but you can talk to us at Inner Strength Products if you want. We're happy to walk you through what's approved and what you need. So that's kind of what we do on a day-to-day basis: help people get started and make sure you have the right equipment for competing. So beyond that, you can go to the International Powerlifting Federation or powerlifting.sport, and that's the international body's website. And then you can find on there the approved list of equipment. So there are some brands that are approved for the belts and the singlets and stuff like that. So
Stephanie with 142.5 kilos. Not quite.
it's a hair too much today.
Just a bit much. Yeah, you mentioned, needing approved equipment, and IPF kind of being the gold standard internationally. And they have annually they come out with what equipment is approved. They come with the list every year. You mentioned the site that it's at where you can check that. Inner Strength Products, I believe, only sells IPF approved equipment for the most part. Are there any exceptions?
For the most part. So first, talking about something like belts, like we do carry like a soft belt by Ray-Ban that would be not approved for competition. It's more for like a CrossFit belt.
Sure. Okay. But you guys make that clear, obviously,
Absolutely.
to customers.
Yeah, for sure. We don't want to mislead you. All the products will say if they're IPF approved on them. There'll be a little icon that says IPF approved or IPF allowed. But it can be a little confusing as a new lifter trying to figure out what you can wear, what you can buy. But we're happy to help if you have questions, or anyone reach out to the executive at saspowerfm.ca and they'll definitely help you as well.
Here's Ryan with 165. He missed on his second. He seems to have grinded that out for his third. We're waiting to see.
The lights. Three reds for depth there on that one.
Yep.
So
Didn't quite hit depth on that one.
he's got a little bit of limp there. Looks like maybe he's got a bit of a cramp maybe.
Yeah.
Hopefully nothing too serious.
Yeah, hopefully it's not too bad.
Yeah. Sophie coming out for 180 kilos. This is a monster squat. 76 kilo junior lifter.
This is just shy of 400 pounds for a 76 kilo junior.
Yeah.
That is a big squat.
It's a huge squat. It's a crazy squat. So 172.5 on her second moved well. So let's see if she has 7.5 more in her.
Let's go, Soph. Come on, Sophie. Let's go.
Too much there.
just
Still 172 kilos on her second attempt. Good lift. That's still a monster squat for any age, but especially as a junior lifter.
Yeah, 180 kilos. I mean, it was really close. So, I mean, there's probably not much to pick from there.
No, and that's kind of the deal of it, right? Like, so 172 was her second, 180 was her third attempt. I mean, you have a few options in there, but because you can only go up by 2.5 at a time, she could have gone 175, 177, or 180. So
Sure.
And the way the second one moved, 180 was not an unreasonable call, I don't think.
No, I don't think so either. I thought that was close. Griffin is up next. He'll be attempting 180 as well. He is making a 15 kilo jump on his third attempt. The first two moved really well. Griffin had a little bit of that issue with the up and down at the start of the top of the squat. Hopefully he's addressed that, because the strength was definitely there.
Lifting out of mongrel barbell, which I believe is up in L'Orange.
L'Orange,
maybe, yeah.
L'Orange, yeah.
Sorry. And yeah, so we got a good club there with Tim, I believe.
Oh, yeah.
Good strength on
Boy.
that one. He's got 3 white lights.
Three
for
white lights on that
That's
one.
good.
And I noticed he corrected the little hitch at the top, too.
Yeah, cleaned it up.
So
Little things like that, you know. I always tell people, do lifters, any sort of extraneous movement you can kind of get rid of, it's going to be better for you. Anything you kind of do, you see someone throwing their head around, it could throw you off balance, right? You get a maximum weight on your back, you do a little bit of extra movement you don't need to do, you know, you're risking losing balance. And
efficiency of movement.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So you watch the top level lifters and you don't see a lot of unnecessary movements,
Right.
It's
Right.
all very calculated.
The elite
controlled.
level lifters are not doing those things.
Right. Yeah. They're setting up. They're slow, controlled, minimal steps, walking out the weight. You know, you're not taking 6-7 steps to walk the weight out of the rack.
Let's talk a little bit about that in terms of stepping back when you do a squat. Ideally, it's 1 or 2 steps, maybe 3, right?
Well, usually you're looking at 2 to 3 steps, maybe a 4th to kind of like get your position. But yeah, you don't want to be walking around. I mean, you have a max load on your back. If you're walking around, you're wasting energy. So you can see there he's correcting a little bit with his feet, but minimal walkout. Get set up.
This
quick.
must be a provincial record. It's 186.
Just a little too much today.
Just a bit much today. That was a 13.5 kilo jump for
yeah,
Pace.
it's a big jump. So
It's a big jump.
reaching for that provincial record probably,
Yep.
and you know that's why you come here, provincial championships, try and take some records.
You know, maybe there next time at the next meet.
Absolutely.
It's certainly something to shoot at when 172.5 moved well.
Yeah, and I mean it can even be for some people you might do the weights in the gym and you're like, oh, no problem, I'll go do it at a meet, right? But it's a totally different experience at an event. You're running on someone else's clock, right? Like you have from the time the bar is loaded, you have a minute to do the lift or to start your attempt, but you have basically a time between your attempts you don't know necessarily until you get here, right? Depends on how fast the spotter loaders are moving, depends how fast how many lifters are in your flight. So you could have anywhere between maybe 6 to 7 minutes between attempts or up to 14, 15 minutes between
The
attempts.
rest is out of your control.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So, you know, it's a whole different environment when you come here versus in the gym where you can rest as long as you want. You know,
Jake is going to be jumping another 15 kilos here. 235 kilos. Is a
I see they brought out 5 spotters for him here just to make sure he's safe. Moved well.
It moved well. Did he hit depth? Is I guess the question.
Yeah, 3 white lights. A good
3
lift.
white lights. That is a big squat for a sub junior.
Yeah, huge. So you can see spotter loaders out there loading the bar. They're getting everything ready, and they protect the lifter as well, right? So you've seen a few lifts failed, where the spotters will help the lifters back into the rack. So they do a lot of work. They keep the lifters safe the whole time, and yeah, it's you can't thank them enough because they do some of the most important work at a meet.
Exactly. Bo is our last lifter in this flight. His 3rd attempt is going to be adding to his national record. He's adding 2.5 kilos, 257.5 kilos for Bo, and this will be adding to the national record he set about 15 minutes ago.
Yeah, so just a small jump after a 10 kilo jump from his first to his second, just a 2.5 kilo jump here. So trying to kind of hone in on what that max weight is for the day. As a coach, as someone who handles people, you kind of every attempt you see gives you more information on what that max attempt might be, right? So after a second, obviously they thought there wasn't too much more in there, so take the safe jump. Fighting through it well.
I think the only question is going to be depth.
Yeah, it looked close to me, but
It looked close.
we got 2 to 1.
Oh, you got
this
it,
is
2 to
good,
1.
yeah. So one referee on the far side thought it was a bit high, but
It was close.
Yeah.
I mean, it was right there.
absolutely. And those are records, right? I mean,
You want to make sure
you're not gonna squat way too deep because it's gonna burn your energy,
Exactly.
right?
All right, we have finished our second flight of the first round this morning for squats. We are taking a short break, and we will come back with the first flight of masters lifters on bench press in about 3 minutes.
10 minutes.
10 minutes, excuse me. We are back. We had a 10-minute break. This is our first flight, bench press, and Doris is our opening lifter, and she will be opening with 55 kilos. And we have a good opening lift for Doris to start the flight off. Doris is coached by Ryan Fowler out of Weyburn. And we continue to increase the audience. We have a significantly larger crowd than we did first thing this morning, which is nice to see as people are making their way in to watch. Our second lifter is Laura. Laura will be opening at 57.5 kilos. Laura's an M2 63 kilo lifter. So this is just 5 kilos short of her body weight, which is a significant bench press at the M2 level. And that looks like, there are 2 reds. We're not quite sure what we got wrong here. She might have jumped the press command. I believe that's what happened, is she jumped the press command. Just a little bit of nerves, because the weight definitely did go up and down. And I'm sure her and her coach can fix that for her next attempt. Donna Bodner is up next. She'll be attempting 65 for her opening lift. 65 kilos being about 140 pounds, just shy of 140 pounds. Once again, we'll mention some of our sponsors. We have our silver sponsors, Foundation Fitness, Bridge City Barbell out of Saskatoon here, SBD Canada, who supply some of the singlets and some of the gear, including belts, etc., for lifting. And then we have SaskTel as one of our sponsors as well, one of our silver sponsors, Strong Arm Sport and Great Western Brewing. Thanks to all of them for helping make this event happen. Donna is about to get started. Donna has lifted nationally. She's an experienced lifter. She's done a number of meets over the years. And a good first opener for Donna. One of the things you'll notice when people are bench pressing is the wrist straps that they wear. Those wrist straps are there to add stability to the wrist as you put more and more weight on the hands and on the pressure that sits on the shoulders and on the arms. That wrist strap tends to give some stability to the wrist as you're holding the weight during a bench press attempt. Mavis is a very experienced lifter. This is her opener at 65 kilos. And a good opener for Mavis. Our next lifter is Teresa. Teresa's opening at 67.5 kilos. Teresa had a very successful squat session. She was 3 for 3. I know she's very happy with that. She's been working hard on her squats recently. And let's see how she does with her first bench press attempt. Looks pretty good. It is a good first attempt. Teresa lifts out of the Bridge City Barbell Gym. Jocelyn is our next lifter. Jocelyn is coached by Ryan Fowler. Her opener is 72.5 kilos. Our platform crew is not quite as busy when you have bench press. And it's a little bit less work than squats, as you can imagine. And some of the lifters want a spot, some of them do not. It's a personal preference. What I have found is that the lifters get a feel in the gym for lifting maybe without a spot, and then they actually prefer not to get a spot when they're on the platform. Other lifters prefer that spot. They may get it in the gym, they may not get it in the gym, but when it comes to the platform, they want that lift off to begin that lift. A good lift for Jocelyn. Dusty is our next lifter. He'll be opening at 75 kilos. As mentioned before, Dusty is our only M4 lifter today. He is in his 70s. He's been lifting for quite a number of years. He holds a number of M4 provincial records. And the bar is ready for Dusty. Dusty's walking with a little bit of a limp. Not quite sure what's happening there, and hopefully it won't affect his bench. I'm definitely hoping it won't affect his deadlift later. We'll have to see how that plays out. And a good opener for Dusty. Sherry McEachran is our next lifter. She's going to open at 80 kilos. She is an M2 lifter. Sherry was successful on her third, actually it was her fourth squat attempt. She was given a relift due to a spotter interference, and what that means, it's certainly not something the spotter has intentionally done. On the squat, the spotter had made the decision that Sherry was not going up anymore, and it touched the bar in anticipation of supporting the lifter. And Sherry's coach appealed that. They won the appeal, and Sherry was given a fourth lift and was successful at 165 kilos for her third squat. Here she is at 80 for her first bench attempt. And that looks good. And 3 white lights for Sherry. She's successful on her opener. Bryce is our next lifter. He's going to be opening at 102.5 kilos for bench. Bryce lifts here out of Saskatoon. I'm not quite sure what gym he's at. He is lifting today as a 93 lifter. He has lifted in the past as an 83 kilo lifter. He tends to fluctuate back and forth. That can be common for lifters as lifters get older, as they get into the sport and they put on more muscle mass. Lifters have to find that weight where that is optimal for powerlifting. Good lift for Bryce for his opener at 102.5 kilos, 225 pounds. Mark is our next lifter, Mark Walkner. He will be opening at 120 kilos or 264 pounds. If you're curious, The standard for international lifting is kilograms. That standard is applied across most federations around the world. The one place where you might see imperial numbers is in the United States, where some of the federations that are not affiliated internationally will continue to use imperial numbers, although they will lift in kilos, but you'll hear the conversions mentioned frequently. I believe possibly in Great Britain they also mention the conversions on a regular basis for lifters and for spectators. That's something that I've been fortunate enough that it really isn't an issue, having grown up learning imperial numbers a long time ago and now dealing with kilos for many years. Here's Mark with his attempt at 120. It's a bit of a grind. Let's see if he's successful. He is. 3 white lights. His opener is good. And Jeff is our next lifter. Jeff will be opening at 130 kilos. Jeff is a relatively new M2 lifter. I think he's been an M2 lifter for a couple of years now. He's in the 120 plus weight category. And a good first opener for Jeff. He's happy with that. Paul Hoffman is our next lifter. This is his opener. He will be attempting 150 kilos, 330 pounds. Paul holds a couple of Saskatchewan records in bench press and deadlift. And now he holds, from this morning, holds the squat record in the M3 105 category. It is a good lift, 2-1. He did get called for lifting his head off the pad by one of the side judges. So he's asked the judge what the problem was. The judge has explained to him that his head had come off the pad. Your head cannot leave the bench. You have to have point of contact at the butt or the backside, the shoulders, and the head. All have to be in contact with the bench when bench pressing. And according to the one side judge, his head did lift off the bench. Still a good lift, 2-1. He'll correct that. That's a minor thing. I know he can fix that. Rob is our next lifter. Rob will be opening at 172.5 kilos. That is 379 pounds. Not quite 380 pounds. Big opener for Rob. It's a good lift for Rob. 3 white lights. He's got his opener in. I think I overheard him say he wants to add 7.5 to his next lift. Let's see if that's the case. Meanwhile, we are up at the top of the flight again for second attempts. And Doris has added 2.5 kilos to her first. She'll be attempting 57.5 kilos. Rob is adding 10 kilos to his next attempt. Back up to the top of the flight. Doris, the bar is loaded. One of the things that we talk about when we talk about powerlifting is that it's not, it is an individual sport and it's not an individual sport. It's an individual sport in the sense that you are a lone competitor. You are on the platform individually making those attempts, but it is not an individual sport. Doris didn't quite get that one. Not quite sure what happened. But when we talk about the sport not being an individual sport, there are so many other individuals come into play for a lifter to be successful on the platform. You have other lifters that support you in the gym. You have family and friends that support you outside the gym. You have coaches. You have your association, in this case the Provincial Association. There are a number of people that make it possible for lifters to be successful. And in equipped lifting, that's even more so the case, because in equipped lifting, you essentially need a community to lift. It is very difficult to do equipped lifting without a small group of 2 to 3, 2 or 4 lifters that regularly lift together. It can be done, but it is not easy. And so when we talk about it being a community sport, it really is about finding people that want to do this sport with you. You can do it individually in the gym, you can attend meets individually, but the most successful individuals find like-minded people that want to do this sport together. And so it really is a very tight-knit community in a lot of places. And I have found that certainly makes my efforts as a lifter easier when I can find like-minded people that want to do this and have that passion for the sport. Donna is up next. Donna is going to be adding 2.5 kilos to her bench. She'll be going up to 67.5 kilos. And we are ready. The bar is loaded. Mentioning a few of our sponsors again. Title sponsors, Sask Lotteries. Sask Lotteries provides funding to so many different sports and athletic endeavors here in the province. That money gets funneled back into the community, into those sports and events. And we appreciate that support from them. Supplement King and Supplement World are both here. Supplement World and Supplement King are title sponsors. You can get all of your supplement needs from either one of those locations. Donna with a good second attempt. We have a national record being attempted. We have national refs sitting in the chairs. Maeva is going to be attempting 68.5 kilos. This is a national record attempt for an M384 lifter. She is likely chipping this record. It's probably at 68 kilos. She's attempting 68.5 kilos. So we have national referees in all 3 chairs. And the bar is loaded. Moving. Looks, and she's got it. 3 white lights. She has a national record. Our next lifter is Teresa. This will be her second attempt. She's adding 2.5 kilos to the bar, 70 kilos for her second attempt at bench press. Teresa's out of Bridge City Barbell. And let's see if it was a good lift. Yes, it was. 3 white lights. There was a pause there in the middle on the way up, but she grinds through that and is successful. Jocelyn is our next lifter at 77.5 kilos. We have had at least 2 national records set today already, which is exciting to see. Maeva recently with bench and Bo earlier with the squat. We may see more by the end of the day, but it just speaks to the level of competition at the Saskatchewan Provincials that we have national records being set first thing in the morning, and highly likely that we will see a few more at least attempts before the end of the day, if not successful attempts. This is Jocelyn with her second. A good lift for Jocelyn.
Bench is probably one of the most technical lifts, really. And especially even as a referee, there's a lot of little things to look for. It can be tough to keep an eye on everything. You see the referees leaning down to want to watch the feet staying flat on the floor and the butt staying in contact with the bench. So it's very technical, and lots of little things that can kind of catch you up. And if you train in the gym and you use a lot of leg drive and your butt comes off, you don't feel it, but you come to a meet and
it's obvious.
The refs will see it. So
I was going to say the bench press in the gym is not bench press on the platform.
Yeah, for sure.
It's 2 different animals unless you consistently try to train that way to comp level.
Yeah.
It's
always good to have someone watching you for comp standard.
The other thing I was going to mention is, for me, when I first started, the complexity of each lift, I kind of related back to the number of commands. 3 for bench, 2 for squat, 1 for dead. Kind of speaks to the complexity of the technical aspects of it.
Looks like Dusty got called. I think on his head coming up on that one.
I believe he did. That was called once earlier this round, this flight.
So that's another one of those little technical things where your head has to stay down in contact with the bench.
3 points of contact, right? The butt, the shoulders, and the head.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And if any of them lift off, if your shoulders lift off, then something really bad's happened. But
yeah.
If your butt or your head lift off, then you're going to get a red light if the refs catch you. Dusty, it's a weird thing, but it used to be when I started lifting, you'd see a lot of guys in the gym lifting their head on the bench. I don't know if I haven't trained in a commercial gym in a long time, but it's if you get in that habit, it really becomes a habit. Trying to lift the head, even if you're just watching the barbell come down. A good lift there for Sherry.
I do lift in a commercial gym. It's a powerlifting bodybuilding gym.
Right.
And you're right. There are a number of people. In fact, some of them have even told me they feel they get more out of their bench by lifting their head as they on the way up on the ascent.
Right. Yeah.
Not something you can do in powerlifting, obviously.
No, not here. So same thing. Lots of people in the gym you'll watch sometimes they bench, their feet will come flying off the ground or their butt will come off the bench, and that'll all get you red lights here. So it's just another thing where gym lifts aren't the same as comp lifts.
Well, and it's nice to have a standard, because as we're talking about here, gyms or lifts can look wildly different in a gym, from gym to gym, and from person to person. At least here, the standard. You all have to meet the standard.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely helps. You know what you're looking for, and there's some variance, as in any sport. Refs play a role, right? In baseball, you might have a ref whose strike zone is a little bit tighter than another umpire, right? But generally speaking, the refs are all doing their best to call the lifts fairly, and it's a tough job.
Yeah. Bryce there with a second successful attempt at 110 kilos. He's happy with that. And Yeah, the reffing involved. It's obviously there's rules. There's literally rules at what is illegal and what is not illegal in terms of the benching, the squatting, the deadlifting. But as you say, there's a human element to it because the referees are all different. They're all trying to ref to the standard that they're supposed to meet. But it's an eyeball test, is what it is. They're eyeballing these things. Speak a little bit about when you get to bigger meets and you have juries, and how that's different.
Sure, yeah. At nationals and above, you'll see usually a jury. So it'll usually be a 3 or a 5-man jury, and they're usually more senior referees. And watching Mark here. I think Mark got a little ahead of himself there. You see, he came off the chest a little bit, a little quick. He kind of went back to his touch and go in the gym sort of training, maybe. And then he had to come back down to his chest to get the press command. So he just beat the command. So I think he'll come back and get that on his third. But I think he just kind of jumped it and then tried to recover.
I think, that's what it looked like. One of the head referee was just reminding one of the coaches, and this is again one of those rules or standards. Coaches have a coaching box that they can coach from. It's close to the platform. They're not allowed to film from that coaching box. They want to make sure that the individual is coaching and not trying to do multiple things at once. It's just a reminder to the coaches. Sometimes the coach is the only person that's here along with the lifter, but just a reminder. We have Jeff is up. He's attempting 140 kilos. This is his second attempt. His first moved relatively quickly. A little bit more of a grind on that one, but it looks good.
Yeah, he had a little weird bobble lockout there on his right arm, but
I noticed.
Okay.
I noticed him rubbing his shoulder after the first attempt. So there's something a little bit going on there. He might have tweaked it.
So jump back to the jury. Yeah. So any international or national level meet, you'll see a 3 or 5 person jury, and those are your more senior referees usually, and they're trying to make sure that nothing too blatant is getting missed. Referees are pretty close to the platform, and that can be a benefit and a bit of a detriment sometimes. So you have spotters and loaders that can get in your way when you're trying to look for certain things. So the juries usually sit back, and oftentimes they'll have video replay that they can kind of go back to see if something was missed.
Paul is making, I think, another provincial record attempt. It might even be.
I think it's a national record.
Might be a national.
They swapped the refs in.
Because it's 166 kilos, so it's a national record attempt.
See his butt coming up from here. So it's a little bit too much. He has a third attempt though to give it another
He does
go.
have a third chance at this.
That was a big jump though. 16 kilos.
That's a big jump on a bench press.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, that was a big jump.
So,
but he has another chance of that to come on his third attempt.
So in that, and when he makes that kind of a 16 kilo jump, you're on a second attempt. To me, I understand the motivation to go for the national record, but at the same time, you have a third attempt. Might have been better maybe to do an intermediate jump.
Yeah, I mean, some people also look at it like, hey, I want 2 shots at this sort of thing, right?
That's the other approach.
It's it can be. There's different tactics and strategies, and maybe he felt he didn't want to waste the energy by doing like an intermediary jump. And some people train with really big jumps in training, and some people train with really small jumps. So it's he has another chance, and he can come up for that again. So hopefully he can get it.
This is Rob's second attempt. He's attempting 182.5 kilos, which is just over 400 pounds.
Yep.
And he's an M2 lifter. This is a big bench press for an M2 lifter.
I mean, 400 pounds is a big bench for almost anybody.
Well, it is. It is. That's true. That's true.
Looks pretty good. Looked pretty strong to me.
Yeah, that looked.
And 3-way lights. Good lift.
That is a good lift. This is a provincial record for Doris. She'll be attempting 60.5 kilos, which is a M384 plus provincial record. So the other thing I wanted to ask about the juries, which is something I've just gotten to know a little bit better this year, is the juries often have the video replay.
Yes.
Which is, I noticed at World Bench Press, at that event in Austin, for example, earlier this year, that came into play quite a bit.
For sure. And I mean, you don't necessarily love to see it. Like, you have referees on the platform. It looked like a good bench.
And she got it.
Yeah,
there you go.
You have referees on the platform, and you kind of want to trust them to do their job, right? So the technical rules do say that a jury can overturn. I think it's either a blatant or some phraseology like blatant mistake by a referee. So it shouldn't be any little thing that, you know. What I really don't like is, you know, when it's a minuscule depth call, right? That they're
The second guessing on the really small
exactly.
things. Yeah.
So, but I mean, it's good, especially in the bench. Like it's tough to kind of keep your eye on everything you got to watch for, and so the common one that'll get caught at Worlds that not necessarily caught all the time is the butt coming up.
Yes.
They'll have a camera set up basically just to watch that, and you know, it's. If there's daylight that comes through there, then they're gonna take your lift away. So now the jury can only overturn a lift that has two to one. So it has to have one red light for them to actually review it. So with 3 white lights, they can't review. But if there's 1 red light, then they are able to review and see if something was missed by other referees. So.
Okay, I'm going to ask you a question about that in just a second.
Sure.
Laura's lifting. This is a provincial record again, 63.5 kilos. For Laura.
Looks pretty good.
She's got that.
Yeah,
Another
lights,
provincial
yeah.
record for Laura in the M263 kilo category. She just benched her body weight as an M2 lifter.
Yeah, that's a
Very
milestone
impressive.
for anyone. But
The reason I wanted to ask about the jury was I had thought I saw somewhere recently at an international event where the jury was overturning 3 whites in a couple of rare instances.
so I don't believe they should be able to do that.
Okay. I wondered maybe if the rule had changed recently or something.
Now, I think at one point they had said that a 5-person jury could overturn 3 white lights.
Maybe that's what it was.
If it was a unanimous call.
Maybe that's
by
what
the jury.
it was. Yes, that's what it was.
But I'm not sure if that's the current rule.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm currently rather jet lagged. I just returned home from Iceland a couple days ago. So
If people don't know, Ryan and Rhea were stuck in Toronto on their way back from Iceland in a hotel, hoping to get a flight. So that they've been traveling a lot.
yeah, we had we're supposed to get home on Tuesday night and ended up getting home early Thursday morning, like 3 a.m. So the storm here in Saskatchewan, they weren't flying into Regina, so we kind of got stuck there for an extra day, and so still recovering from the jet lag a bit.
But I think you're right. I think it was the 5-person jury in a couple of cases.
It's a good lift there for Donna.
Yeah.
70 kilos.
Yep, good lift for Donna. Her third attempt at 70 kilos. So she is 5 for 6 on the day. And Maeva is up next. And Maeva will be looking to add to her national record. 70.5 kilos for her third attempt and a 2-kilo jump from her current national record.
Set the national record on her second at 68.5. She currently has the provincial record at 70 kilos, so it's actually higher than the national record.
Oh, okay.
She had set the provincial record earlier this year at Foundation Fitness, I think. And so now she's trying to take the provincial record, which is kind of a weird situation where sometimes the provincial records can be higher than national records because they're done at different levels of the event. You can't set a national record at a local meet.
Right.
You can only set them at a provincial championship or higher. So you do sometimes have that where the provincial records can be higher than the nationals. Oh, looks like she's playing through it. That's good. Looked good to me.
There was
I'm a little biased. I did coach her, so that's a good lift. She got a big smile on her face, so that's good.
I did notice the butt started to lift, but it did
Yeah.
not completely come off the bench.
Yeah,
She kept it there.
yeah.
That was a good lift. And a little bump on her national record for Maeva.
Yeah. So Maeva's been struggling with a knee injury, so her squats and deadlifts have been down a little bit, but her bench has been keep moving pretty good. So it's always good to see making progress, even as a young Master 3 lifter.
Young Masters 3. Am I allowed to call myself a Young Masters 3?
Sure, yeah, you can.
I'm going to do that from now on. Teresa's third attempt is 75 kilos. This is a 5-kilo jump for her. She only jumped 2.5 from her first to her second, so this is a big jump. It's probably a personal thing, probably maybe a PR.
Be, yeah. Or maybe the second one moved, like, sometimes you get like a little bit of a technical glitch on that opener.
Possibly, yeah.
And the second one moves better and you go back to the original plan, right? So maybe the original plan was 67, 72, 75. But you made a little adjustment on the second because something happened, right? So
that's a good lift for Teresa. She's happy.
And the number looked, that was a good third attempt.
That was a good, it's right there. It was the right amount. And Teresa 6 for 6 on the day. So she's got to be happy with that.
Yeah.
Dusty is going to take his shot at 82.5 kilos again. This is his third attempt.
Yeah. You got called on his head lifting on the second attempt. So
that's something that's very fixable.
Yeah, easy fix. Just a little bit of a mental thing where you kind of get excited and forget little things like that, right? So Dusty's has fair share of little technical things. The head thing for him is not new. It's definitely something that pops up now and then. It literally pops up his head. So he knows about it and he can fix it. He just sometimes get excited and
forgets, exactly.
There we go. Looked like he kept it down that time. So strength looks good too.
That looks good. And 3 white lights. He's happy with that.
Yep.
So he gets that 82.5. He's 5 for 6 on the day. Think that limp is not going to affect his deadlift. He's limping a fair amount.
He's got a bit of a limp going. I think he's had some knee issues in the past, so could have tweaked something in the knee on the squats. So.
All right, Jocelyn with her third. This has got to be a provincial record. This is 83 kilos, so it must be a provincial record. She is an M2 84 lifter, and this is a 5.5 kilo jump for her.
A little bit too much. It was very close. I don't know if half a kilo made a difference, but it was.
Honestly, it was that
wasn't
close.
Much. Yeah, it wasn't much less than.
Certainly worth attempting a
absolutely.
Provincial record. Yeah.
That's why you come here. That's why you. So one thing I was going to talk about is different kind of grip widths. So you might notice some lifters grip the bar really narrow, and some grip it really wide, and that comes down to a personal preference. There's a maximum width you can grip. You may not be able to see it in the live stream, but there's 2 marks on the barbells. They're called the rings. And those are 81 centimeters apart, and that's the maximum width you can grip. Your index fingers have to cover those rings, but you can be inside of those. So you can see here, Sherry has a fairly wide grip. I think she's almost max width, if not max. But she has to have those rings covered, otherwise she won't get a start command. Ooh, just a little bit too much there.
A bit too much today. So when you mention the rings and you mention the grip width, wider grip tends to emphasize chest more, narrow grip tends to emphasize triceps more.
Yeah, that's generally the rule of thumb, right? You get a lot more tricep involvement with a close grip. Longer range of motion, but it does tend to work for some people. There's very famously lifter from Canada named Leon Brown, who set the world record bench in the M1 or M2, I can't quite recall. And he was a very flat back, narrow grip bench technique, and it worked for him. And he, like I said, he set the world record multiple times. And but you see someone else who comes out with the full width grip, and again, it's different techniques, different
playing to your strengths.
That's right, absolutely. I mean, your shoulder width, your arm lengths all depend, or all dictate your optimal technique, right? Part of the sport is kind of working to find your optimal technique.
Let's see if that's good. Yeah. So Bryce has got his third bench. He is 6 for 6 on the day. He's happy with that. And Mark will be coming back and attempting 127.5 kilos again.
As I recall, I think he bobbled on his chest and delayed his press command. So I think if he cleans that up, I think he has a good shot at hitting this one. So in like the squat where I mentioned there's 2 commands, there's actually 3 commands in the bench. So you have the same start command once you've taken the bar out of the rack and holding it at full extension. The head ref will give you a start. Then you'll bring it down to your chest. You have to bar has to come motionless on your chest, and then the head ref will give you a press command, and you must press it out full extension again before you get a rack command. So again, another part of
one more thing to think about.
The bench being one of the more technical lifts, right? There's also 3 commands to listen for, which can, again, like in the squat, new lifters will often jump the commands. They don't train with them, and they come here and they start doing their thing, and it's easy to forget. Just a little too much.
Not there today. Yeah, one of the things I've been telling younger lifters in the gym that I work out at, and something I had to practice myself, is as you get closer to a meet, if you are going to be doing a meet, probably about 4 weeks out, 6 weeks out, depending on the person, I start asking people to give me commands during my bench press.
For sure, yeah. So yeah, it's always good to train if you have partners to train with commands. I know some people who I train alone who will do the commands in their head just so they kind of get used to it. Just thinking about what you're listening for, and it is helpful to have a training partner that can give you those honest, because sometimes that motionless bar on the chest, it feels motionless to you, but it's just touch and go. So having those training partners that can keep you honest is always helpful.
That's another bench press thing in the gym. People think that they're stopping it on their chest, and when you watch a video, it's a touch. You've literally started before it's as soon as it's touched.
Yeah.
That's not how it works in a competition.
Yeah, and again, just like other things with referees, referees will call it a little differently.
Right.
So some would make you pause a hair longer, or the rule does say motionless, so it can be. If the bar comes down and it's bouncing on your chest, you may have a delayed press command. If you come down really smooth and stop quickly, then you can get a quick press command.
Jeff tried a 10-kilo jump on his third. We had mentioned it looked like he might have been favoring his shoulder a little bit, and that might have been just too much on the day.
Yeah.
So
Jeff's historically been like an equipped lifter.
Yeah. With
suits and shirts. So today he's lifting unequipped in the classic category. So. I know I talked to him after a squat, and he said he'd squat down in the second and third and was waiting for the suit to come in, and there was no suit. So.
There's no suit bouncing you back up.
So it's
the wraps in the suit weren't there today.
Yeah, exactly. So it's a different thing.
Very
classic
different.
Versus equipped, So I think we have all classic here today. I don't know if there's any equipped next session.
Not full equipped, no, I don't think so. Just the bench equipped.
Right, yeah.
Rob here with 188, which is another provincial record, I assume.
Based on the refs, I think we're provincial record.
Provincial record at 188 kilos.
About 415 pounds. He made good work with 182.5 in a second. So.
He did. He moved 182.5 quite well, so.
Yep, come on!
He's fighting through it there. Oh, I don't think just couldn't grind through it.
Couldn't quite get the lockout.
He got a second effort and had it moving again, and just couldn't quite push through. So, no, we should move right into
our next flight.
Kate.
Oh.
They're not done. They're still going to fight.
We will set up for our next flight here in just a moment. Give us about a minute. The second flight of lifters are sub-juniors and juniors.
There's a lot of people here.
And Something is going on with my screen. I'm not sure what.
You're okay.
That's what I thought. Okay, there we go. So we will start our sub-juniors and juniors here in just a moment. We are almost ready. Bar is loaded for Brooklyn. She's going to open at 35 kilos. We have a number of lifters in the sub-junior and junior category that will be up again from Ryan Fowler's gym out of Weyburn. All right. Brooklyn is getting set up. Seems to be an issue with getting set up. Not quite sure what the issue is, but it took the referees a while to let her start. There had to be an issue with maybe feet placement or something of that nature, but it was a successful lift. Good for Brooklyn. Michaela is next. She'll be attempting 37.5 kilos. We were fortunate enough to have Ryan jump in with us again for about 20 minutes. Ryan is an extremely experienced lifter. Both Ray and Ryan, of course, have been lifting for years. This is their avocation and their vocation. They own Inner Strength Products, which is one of our one of our gold sponsors out of Moose Jaw, selling powerlifting apparel and equipment across Canada and around the world. They are both highly decorated and experienced lifters. Ryan is a Masters 1 world champion, and Rhea is a 5-time equipped world champion. She recently won the world championship again in Iceland. Congratulations to her. The Team Canada equipped team in Iceland was very successful, had a very good meet, and we congratulate them. And we had, I believe, 2 people from Saskatchewan on that team, so well represented. Here we have Chelsea. She's going to be opening with 50 kilos. She is a 57 kilo sub-junior. So this is a sub-junior lifter who is lifting close to her own body weight. Some of these young lifters have impressive numbers. And that is a good lift for Chelsea. At 50 kilos. Lily Sador is also going to be attempting 50 kilos for her opener. And also out of Weyburn, we have one of the things that we'll do, I'll mention this while this is our second flight of lifters. In between the squat, the bench, and the deadlift, lifters, because there are 2 flights, get a respite of about 30 minutes, 40 minutes maybe at max. So what a lot of lifters will do in between is they will do 2 things. Obviously, they will come back and start warming up for their next lift, whether it's the bench or the deadlift. But the other thing they will do is they will rehydrate, they'll refuel. You expend a lot of energy in the process of warming up and attempting these 9 lifts. So lifters will eat, they will rehydrate, they'll refuel. Sometimes it'll be, for some lifters, it might be caffeine. For other lifters, it might be potassium. It could be a combination of things. I do know that some lifters will take small amounts of sugar in terms of some kind of something sweet for a boost. Other lifters don't use anything. Other lifters will simply rehydrate and go again. But it's all very personal preference. And so there is time then to refuel and rehydrate in between the lifts. And that tends to be very important when you're expending this amount of energy in this short of a time frame. Natalie's up. Lily was successful at 50. Natalie is attempting 55 kilos. This is her opener. It moved very quickly. So a good lift for Natalie. And Mackenzie is next, at 57.5 kilos. We have a wonderful event center here in North Martinsville to host our event. It is well set up for a powerlifting event. We also have a concession in the back, which has been nice for both spectators and lifters to get something if they need it. We have Supplement King here with a table, and they are giving out samples. And we have representatives from various sponsors here. Mackenzie with 57.5 is a good lift for her opener. Just to mention again, our silver sponsors, Foundation Fitness, Bridge City Barbell, here in Saskatoon, SBD Canada, SaskTel, Strong Arm Sport, and Great Western Brewing, also out of Saskatoon here. So we appreciate their support for this event. These kinds of events can't happen without sponsors and without volunteers. Stephanie is up. She is attempting 62.5 kilos. She's out of Saskatoon here, I believe out of Bridge City Barbell.
We have fun back here. But there's no TC looking.
And a good lift for Stephanie. Sophie is up. She's one of our few junior lifters as well. She's opening at 70 kilos. She is a 76 kilo lifter, so she is lifting, her opener is just shy of her body weight, which is impressive for a junior lifter. 70 kilos or 154 pounds. And the bar is loaded for Sophie.
Let's go, Sophie.
And a good opener for Sophie. Sophie's having a good meet so far. Building a total. Michaela is opening with 70 kilos as well. Let's talk about building a total. One of the things that we talk about in powerlifting is building a total towards a number that can get you on the platform, can win the event, or might be simply something you want as a personal best. Building a total simply refers to working towards squats, bench, and deadlift, getting the highest number possible in each of your three lifts in order to build that total. Your total is a combination of your best squat, your best bench, and your best deadlift, and that total is what you are scored on in terms of the three-lift event. That is a successful lift from Michaela. Little bit of an issue there with she had forgotten to take out her earbuds prior to going onto the platform. You cannot, most of the lifters like to have music either on headphones or earbuds. Before they lift, you cannot have those on the platform. That is a big no-no. And so she had to get rid of those earbuds before attempting that. She was successful. We move on to Ryan. Ryan is a Bridge City Barbell lifter, and he is attempting 95 kilos for his opener. Often a coach will make sure that the lifter does not walk onto the stage with headphones or earbuds. In Sophie's case, I think she had just forgotten about it. Or in Michaela's case, excuse me. Ryan here with 95 kilos, coached by Danny Hines. And a good lift for Ryan for his opener. Griffin will be attempting 95 kilos as well. We are just coming to the end of the first set of attempts by our sub-juniors and juniors in this flight. Griffin with a good lift, 2-1. Not quite sure what one of the referees explaining to Griffin what he was called on the red light for. Couldn't. Oh, apparently one of his heels came up off the floor. So according to the referee here on the lifter's right-hand side, one of his heels came off the floor during the bench press attempt. Your feet must be flat at all times. They can slide a little bit. They are not allowed to lift. Your toes cannot lift, your heels cannot lift. They must be firmly on the ground once you start your bench press attempt. Here's Jace. Jace is going to be opening with 100 kilos. He's a 74 kilo sub-junior. And a good first opener for Jace. We have two more lifters in this first round of attempts. Jake is next. He will be opening with 120 kilos. Bars loaded for Jake. Successful lift, 2-1. I believe that one red might have been butt lift. Yep. The referee on the one side here is suggesting that his butt did come off the bench momentarily. This is a national record attempt for Bo. This is his opener for bench press. He is attempting 147.5 kilos as an 83 kilo sub-junior. This is a national record attempt. 147.5 kilos being about 325 pounds. Bars loaded for Bo. Bo seems determined to set a number of national records today. And 3 white lights for Bo and another national record. Bench press national record for Bo in the 83 sub-junior category. So he now holds the squat and bench press national record in his weight class and age class. Definitely one of the top lifters in Canada in his group. We'll start the second round of bench press. Brooklyn is going to open with 40 kilograms. So we're at the top of the second round for this flight. And once again, we'll mention some of our sponsors here while we're waiting for Brooklyn. Our gold sponsors, Blackthorn Events, is the host of this event out here in Martinsville. We have Mackey Physiotherapy, I believe, here in Saskatoon, and we have Inner Strength Products out of Moose Jaw with all of your powerlifting equipment needs. Brooklyn got it up and down, but I believe there's going to be an issue with, maybe 2-1. 2-1, good lift on the one side. One of the referees called her for her butt being off the bench. Sometimes that can happen where one referee can see it and the other person can't. Most times both refs will catch it, but there are times where because of the way you are twisting or moving, only one side appears to be off the bench. Still a good lift, 2-1. Michaela is next. She's opening at 42.5 kilos. So just one of the things I'll comment on as well is kind of the structure of how meets work in terms of local, provincial, regional, and then national and international meets in terms of the tiering that takes place. In most provinces, lifters would start at a local meet, and that can be in Saskatchewan, where we typically have 6 or 7 meets per year. One of those is in provincials, but typically 4 or 5 local meets. And then the next level is a provincial meet, which are held annually in all of the 10 provinces. At the next level is a regional meet. There are 3 regions in Canada, East, Central, and West. Those are held annually, and those rotate amongst the provinces in each region. And then you have the national championships, which are held annually, and those also rotate between East, West, and Central. We have Chelsea McNeil up. She is going to be attempting a provincial record in the bench press sub-junior 57 kilo category. She is attempting 54 kilos, which is only 6 pounds shy of her own body weight. This is for a sub-junior. I believe she got that quite comfortably. I couldn't quite see with our spotter there, but yeah, she just set the provincial record at 54 kilos for a successful second attempt. So we've had a number of provincial and a couple of national records now broken. 3 national records broken today, and a number of provincial records. Lily Sador is next. She'll be attempting 55 kilos for her second attempt. And just as I mentioned, at the regional level, there are 3 regions. Each region holds a meet annually. There's a national event that occurs every year that is rotated amongst the regions. This coming year in 2025, it will be in Saskatchewan, in Moose Jaw, the end of February, from I believe the 23rd of February to the 1st or 2nd of March. So Saskatchewan is hosting, the Western region is hosting nationals in 2025. And then, for those lifters fortunate enough to be chosen to a Team Canada for an international event, there are a number of international events that are possible. Let's take a pause here. Lily with a successful attempt at 55 kilos for her second. Natalie will be coming up attempting 60 kilos on her second in just a moment. There are a number of international events that lifters can aspire to. There is the World Championship for all of the age categories. There is the North Americans, both the 3-lift and the bench press events. And then and those are annual, and then every 2 years there is the Commonwealth powerlifting event. And that includes, of course, all age groups, and all of these include equipped and classic lifting. So there are a number of international events that people can aspire to. There are, as I mentioned, you start at the local level, the provincial level, western or regional level, and then nationals, and finally international events. So there is a tiering system of events that you can aspire to, or you can simply lift locally, and that is what the vast majority of people do. But like any sport, whether it's hockey or football or baseball or any sport, if you want to aspire to greater things and you want to be on a Saskatchewan team or a Canadian team, those opportunities are available to you. Natalie was successful at 60 kilos for her second. Mackenzie is now up with 62.5 for her second. We're just waiting a moment for the platform crew to get the rack height correct. And now the bar is loaded for Mackenzie. It's a bit of a grind, but I believe she got it. She did. 3 whites. A good lift from Mackenzie. She's happy with that. Big smile on her face. And Stephanie with her second attempt coming up at 65 kilos. Stephanie is out of Bridge City Barbell. We're just setting the rack height again for the bench press for Stephanie. A good lift for Stephanie. It's nice and smooth up and down. Michaela will be attempting 75 kilos for her second. One of the things we forgot to mention in terms of all of the volunteers that we have here at an event like this is the technical director or coordinator, and that person is the person who controls the in and out of lifters and coaches from the back warm-up room to the platform. Because, as you can well imagine, there's probably 20 to 30 lifters at any one time in the back warming up. There's another 10 to 15 to 20 coaches or people assisting lifters in terms of loading the bar, so they're not loading the bar before they're competing. And all of those individuals are in the back, and then they are at various times coming out to either watch their athlete, the coaches are in the coaches box watching, or they are attempting to look and see what's going on outside on the platform, etc. And it can be quite congested and quite chaotic. The technical director's job is to make sure that that flow of traffic from the back warm-up room to the front to the platform is not a problem for the lifters, but also not causing any chaos for the timekeeper, for any of the scores, etc. A very important job, not always the easiest job. And Michaela is successful at 75 kilos. Our next lifter is Sophie. Sophie has chosen to jump 7.5 kilos to 77.5 kilos. This is a slightly over body weight for a junior lifter. This is an impressive bench press for anyone. But for a junior lifter to be lifting their body weight, this is an impressive bench press attempt for Sophie. It's up. We'll see. And it's 3 white lights. It's a good lift for Sophie. Sophie's having an excellent meet. Ryan's our next lifter. He'll be taking his second attempt at 102.5 kilos. Ryan is out of Bridge City Barbell, coached by Danny Hines. From what I can tell, it looks like he has family and friends in the audience at this point. I see a number of people getting up to get a video or picture of this attempt. Oh, 3 white lights. He did get it. I thought there might have been a bit of question on the rack command, but he did wait for it. And a successful attempt for Ryan at 102.5 kilos. Griffin is up next also at 102.5 kilos. If you'll notice, as some of the lifters come out, they will have chalk across their backs. I mentioned this last night as well during the bench press session Friday night. That chalk across the back is to provide some extra grip to the bench so that the lifter's shoulders don't slide when they dig in to get braced or set up for their bench press. It helps in terms of allowing the singlet and the t-shirt to grip into the bench. Very nice and smooth for Griffin. And 3 white lights. He's pretty happy with that. That moved really well. Jace is up with 105 kilos. Jace is a sub-junior 74 kilo lifter. Platform crew has adjusted the bar height for Jace, and the bar is ready. And 3 white lights for Jace. A good lift for Jace on his second attempt. Jake Lindberg with his second attempt at 130 kilos. Jake is currently 4 for 4. You'll notice Jake was very mindful about his foot placement. Lifters often like to consistently find that same spot for their feet to plant. And a little uneven. We'll see if that's... He got the one red, but he's good, 2-1. Yeah, again, the referee has indicated that there was a slight butt lift, but it was a 2-1 good lift for Jake. Bo is going to be adding to his national record here. He's attempting 155 kilos. £341 to add to the national record he set about 15 minutes ago in the sub-junior 83 kilo class. This is a national record attempt. just a bit too much on the day. It seemed like he didn't quite get the push off the chest that he wanted. He might be able to correct that and come back for a third attempt at that weight. We'll see. So we are starting our third attempts at bench press in this second flight of juniors and sub-juniors, and Brooklyn with her final bench press attempt at 42.5 kilos. We are moving along nicely. I feel like we're on schedule.
Yeah, I think they're moving pretty good. I think they should be on time, I think, for the third session, or second session. Second session.
Second session.
So which I think starts at 1 p.m. So.
1 p.m. So yeah, I think we're making good time. One of the challenges of holding an event like this, obviously, is staying on time when you have multiple flights and multiple sessions. Obviously, it's a lot of work by the volunteers to keep things on task. Multiple things can change that. You know, if it's just longer attempts, if it's in terms of some platform issues, in terms of bar heights. Sometimes having to just change the bar heights multiple times can take for a longer session. So any of those things can add to the timing. Sometimes national records or attempts can make them longer because you're switching out referees. So there's lots of different reasons why that can extend or shorten the length of time. We tend to be about, I think 4 hours is usually a general session when there's 2 flights. And so we have 3 of those today. So 8 to 12-ish, 1 to 5-ish, and then our last session probably starts around 5:30. We are on our second lifter in this third attempt of bench presses. Brooklyn just missed at 42.5 kilos. Michaela is going to be attempting 47.5 kilos. I'm not sure what the weather is like outside. It was cold this morning, but we've been told that we might be getting a little bit of snow the rest of today, starting this afternoon. So when we head outside later in the day, we'll see what that's like. It was a bit of a shock for me coming from a place that had no snow.
Yeah, I came from Iceland, so actually the weather was almost the exact same, but a lot more snow here when I got here. So.
Yeah. I had to remind myself that I was back in Saskatoon for snow. All right, that was a good lift for Michaela. Chelsea is going to be attempting.
I think it was a no lift for Michaela.
Oh, sorry, a no lift. I'm sorry. The shadow there didn't show the red for me. Chelsea's going to be attempting 56 kilos. This is a provincial record again.
Yep.
This is above her body weight or at her body weight for a 57 sub-junior. This is a really impressive bench press for a sub-junior lifter. And she moved her second quite comfortably.
Yeah, it looks like her second attempt was already a record, and this will just bump it up another 2 kilos.
Exactly. I'm waiting for that smile in the third attempt, though. For first and second attempts, she's very successful, and she walks off very serious. In that third squat, she had a big smile. Hopefully she has a big smile after this third bench.
Well, looks fought through it pretty good there.
Yeah, she did fight through that middle part, and she's got
lift.
it.
Yep.
And, yeah, there's a smile there.
Yeah, a little smirk.
A little smirk. She got it. And she is 6 for 6 on the day. Good day so far for Chelsea. Lily is up next. She's attempting 60 kilos. If I'm not mistaken, I believe we have our newest national ref from Saskatchewan in the head chair. Is that correct?
Yes, I believe Heidi is our newest national referee.
Yeah.
That's Heidi Fowler. It's Ryan Fowler's wife.
Right.
So.
And she just recently became a national ref at NAPF's, I thought it was.
No, I think it was at a regionals.
Oh, at a regional. Okay.
Was it at Westerns maybe last
Maybe
year?
it was at Westerns. At March. March
yeah,
Westerns, yes.
Right. Yeah.
So.
Just a little too much there for Lily.
It dumped down a little bit. She lost control of the bar a bit.
Yeah. So. Yeah, there's a couple levels of referees in the country. So you have the provincial referees, which can adjudicate provincial level and lower. So you can do provincial records, and then you have national referees who have to take an exam at the national level, and then they can adjudicate for national records as well as at national events. So, and the regionals, we have 3 regionals in the country. So we have Westerns, Centrals, and Easterns, which are considered almost basically national level events. So they have national referees there as well, and you can set national records there as well.
So one of the reasons I brought that up was the more referees we have at a national level, obviously the more referees we have in general, better, obviously, but the more national referees we have, better, because we do need them for national records.
For sure, yeah.
We at regionals we need them, and we host the regionals in the Western region every 3rd year, I think it is. The Western
3 or 4 years.
3 or 4 years, yeah. So certainly the more referees we can add to the roster, the better.
Yeah, so we hosted Westerns this year in 2024. We actually hosted a good fight there for Natalie.
Yeah, good grind for Natalie,
65
and a good
kilos.
lift.
And then we're hosting nationals here in Saskatchewan in the end of February. So
And that's a rotational thing. They try to have the region host the year before nationals, correct?
no, it just happened to work out that way.
okay.
There's no necessary set schedule like that. As one of the meet directors, we tend to try and do that. It helps us try and build up our stockpile of equipment to run the bigger meets. So when we did nationals in 2016 last time, we ran the NAPFs in 2015, the year before, to help build up that stockpile of equipment. I think we ran Westerns the year before in 2014, I think.
Okay.
So kind of helps you to, it's almost like a practice run for the big show. So next year we'll be doing nationals, and then maybe take a break for a little while.
I was just
Although
gonna say
we did bid on provincials next year. So
okay, I was going to say you and Rhea and Ryan and Heidi, I believe.
those are-
if I'm correct, are the meet directors or meet organizers. You guys do a number of high-level meets. That's got to be an awful lot of work.
It is for sure. I mean, the big events. It's a little too heavy there for Mackenzie today on her 3rd attempt, but she was successful on her first 2.
Yep.
The bigger events, our Westerns last year was I think about 500 lifters.
It was a big regional event.
And then nationals, nationals last year in PEI was around 700 people. So I'm guessing we'll be somewhere in that ballpark, which just a lot of people to kind of get through in a meet. So you have a lot of volunteers you got to deal with. You got to feed them all.
Find the referees.
Yeah, you got to get referees. You got to get the equipment for the warm-up space and for the platforms. It's a boatload of stuff to do. Luckily, we've got some experience. I ran my first nationals, or helped run my first nationals in 2009, and this will be the 3rd nationals I'll be involved with. We've also run 2 junior world events. In 2011 and 2019. Good attempt there for Stephanie, I think. Yep, 3 weight lights. 6, 7.5. So we run 2 worlds, junior worlds in 2011, 2019. We run Westerns a handful of times, I think. And we ran North Americans once in there as well. So,
that's all out of Moose Jaw.
yeah, well, we ran nationals and junior worlds in 2019 in Regina.
Oh, okay.
Nationals in 2016 and junior worlds in 19 in Regina.
Okay.
And then we came back into Moose Jaw for Westerns. Happens that our facility is right next door, so it's very easy for us to get our equipment across to it.
For those of you that don't know, Inner Strength Products, their store, their front is literally a stone's throw from the facility that they use for the meets.
And in the back of our Inner Strength, we have our private gym, so a lot of our equipment is in there, and it makes it a lot easier to haul all the weights and stuff over. Oh, a little bit too heavy for Sophie.
Quite for Sophie, but she has had a very good day.
Yeah.
Some big numbers for her, but her first 2 were successful. Just a little bit more than she could manage on the day. She did finish with the 2nd attempt with 77.5 kilos.
Just going to pop up here. It looks like there's a bit of a hiccup with the technology.
Okay. We have Michaela coming up. This is a provincial record, I believe. It's 81 kilos. She is a sub-junior 84 plus lifter, and She is attempting 81 kilos. So a provincial record attempt for her. Just a bit too much on the day today. It was a 6 kilo jump, which is a significant jump, and that wasn't quite there. But still, she's had a good day. She is 5 for 6 on the day. Our next lifter is Ryan Simmons out of Bridge City Barbell, jumping 2.5 kilos for his final attempt at bench with 105 kilos. We are just coming to the end of our second flight, second bench press attempts.
Yeah, and then we'll take a 10-minute break for deadlifts.
We'll take a short 10-minute break. We have 5 more lifters. We'll take the 10-minute break, and then we will start our deadlifts with our masters lifters, our first flight group.
See Ryan really digging his shoulders into the bench there, trying to get his chest up high. Lifters do that, try and get a bit of an arch and reduce range of motion and kind of set the shoulders into a safer position.
Well, 2 to 1, he's got it.
Yeah, got red light, I'm guessing for a butt maybe?
Yep.
Or a foot. Looks like the referee indicated foot.
Indicated a foot.
Yeah, so.
I think Ryan got called on that one other time. His foot tends to, heel tends to lift a bit.
Yeah. It's all about how you're kind of pushing the power through the floor, right? So
Right.
people definitely think that bench is all upper body, but there's a lot of legs involved in it as well, and kind of trying to drive through the floor to transmit that power up. And your feet can kind of move around a little bit and lift up a little bit now and then.
And they can slide, they just can't lift.
That's right. That's
Correct.
right.
All right, we got Jace with 110 kilos, his third attempt. He has a different foot placement we can talk about in a moment from some of the other lifters.
Yeah, he's really turned out on his feet.
Oh, that was a
Fight
grind
through
at the
it.
start.
Yeah, he fought all the way through, though.
Did fight through. And
2 to 1.
2 to 1.
Got 1 red light for a blue card, which I'm guessing was maybe a little bit downward motion.
That's what it might have been, right off the chest. There
Yeah.
might have been just a tiny bit of that.
Yeah.
So
And you see a lot of that 2 to 1 calls. I mean, one referee might see something. It's in the bench you're trying to watch for the butt lift, the heel lift, the head lift. It's easy to miss.
And I had mentioned earlier when you were gone for a moment that the butt lift in particular, if you're twisting, one referee might see it and the other might not because of the
Absolutely, yeah.
twist of the body.
Yeah. So it's definitely. I personally find refereeing bench the hardest because there's just so many different areas you have to focus on, and it can be. You look away for a second and you're like, oh, did that bar go down? I'm not sure.
I don't think people realize the focus the referees have to have for so many hours to do this and be on their game.
It's a good lift there too.
Yep. Good lift for Griffin. His last bench at 110. He is 6 for 6 on the day. He's building a nice total. We have 2 more lifters. Jake at 132.5. He's going to make a 2.5 kilo jump for his third attempt.
Yeah, the referees, it's a tough job to sit, and you got to be on the whole time. You start daydreaming for a second, and you're going to miss something, and so it's a tough job. I mean, referees can get a bad rap for you feel you get like a bad call on you or something now and then, but they're doing their best, and I don't know a single referee that wants to take your lift away from you, right?
Right, and they're watching literally hundreds of lifts.
Yeah, for sure. And so for myself, thinking back to my long lifting career, I can probably think of a lot more gifts I've gotten than a lot more
taken away.
Yeah, exactly. So, but it does go both ways sometimes, right?
Yeah, it does go both ways. Not quite today.
Jake, yeah. still successful on his first two, but 132 is a little bit too much today.
Yeah, just a touch more. 130 moved well for him, but I felt like he expended quite a bit of energy on that second attempt. So that's probably why they went with the small
Yeah,
jump.
and that can be part of trying to call the numbers right when you used a lot of energy on that second, and you don't have much left in the tank. So, and that can come into play as well.
And
Between the squat and the deadlift, if you grind out a couple squats, you're probably taking some of that gas out of the tank for deadlifts.
I have
later.
definitely found that to be true. I have gassed out on my third attempts on dead. There's nothing there.
Yeah.
Bo with again, he's going to be trying to up his national record.
Yeah.
He missed at 155 for a second. He's trying it again for his third. This will be upping his national record by 7.5 kilos. If he can hit this, he hit the national record on his first attempt.
I'm not sure if I'm not sure if the bench is a national record or if he's going for a national record total.
Oh, maybe
But,
it's a total.
yeah,
Excuse
he
me, it's a total.
Definitely hit the national squat record.
Gotcha.
So
Gotcha. And this is a 341 pounds bench press.
yeah. Oh, just a little too much. It's a little too much.
It's close. It's not far off.
Yeah. That's tough. I mean, what you train on at home is different what you're going to compete on. So, your foot slips a little more on the carpet or whatnot. But it's a good attempt there.
All right, we are going to take a 10-minute break, and we will be back for deadlifts. All right, we are back.
You're still one. You're still one.
We are back. Maeve is our first lifter for this flight. She is opening with a 105 kilos. I'm going to put my glasses on so I can see what I'm reading. Very good. This is her first deadlift. It looks successful, and she is happy with that. Doris is up next with 115. We are in our master's flight. This is our first flight of our morning session. And we have a number of master's lifters, and then we will go back to our juniors and sub-juniors for our second flight for the first session of the morning to conclude. Doris is waiting for the platform. And the platform is ready for her. 115 kilos for her first attempt. Once again, we'll mention some sponsors. Our title sponsors, our platinum sponsors, Sask Lotteries, Supplement King, and Supplement World. And it looks like Doris has a good first lift. She does. She's happy with that. And Risa is up. She'll be opening at 120 kilos. Risa's out of Big City Barbell here in Saskatoon. And she's working on a 6-for-6 day. So she is perfect on the day. We're opening dead. And that moves quite comfortably for her. And a good opener. So when our lifters complete their first deadlift, if they have been successful in completing at least one bench and one squat, which all of our lifters have today, then they have a successful total. Once they have one good lift in all three disciplines, they have a successful total and will finish the meet with a total. So most lifters are looking to get that first deadlift in, get a number that they can hit successfully, and then often you will see some strategy in terms of second and third deadlifts, particularly as you go higher up. Provincials, regionals, and nationals, and certainly international events, people will be jockeying for position with those second and third deadlifts. But that first deadlift is really about getting that last discipline, getting a number so you have a total. Here we have Laura attempting 125 kilos. Up and down pretty comfortably. It's a good lift for her. And Dusty is next. Dusty will be also attempting 125 kilos. And Dusty's got a little bit of a limp, but Ryan had mentioned he had some knee issues earlier. So hopefully that's not going to get in the way of a successful deadlift today. Pretty comfortable. He did get one red. Not quite sure what that was for. But he did get 2 whites, and it is a good lift, and he will get a total for the day. Jocelyn is also attempting 125 kilos for her opener. She is one of the Masters lifters out of Weyburn, coached by Ryan Fowler. And we have a full house. I do not see very many empty seats. That is great to see for our event. Almost all of the chairs are full. And a good lift for Jocelyn. Sherry is going to be opening at 152.5 kilos. Sherry is an M2 84 plus lifter. As you can hear in the back, as people are warming up, what you hear is the deadlift warm-ups that are occurring in the back. So you will hear the loud sound of the plates on the bar hitting the ground occasionally while I'm speaking, as lifters are warming up for their deadlift attempts. Nice and smooth. And a good opener for Sherry. She will also finish with a total. One of the things about deadlift, in terms of the technical aspect, is you have to bring the bar up to a lockout position. There can be no up and down, no hitching, which is referring to leaning the bar on your knees or your thighs to help lift the bar. And then the only command you have to wait for is the one command, the last command. I'm waiting here for Donna to come out for her lift at 167.5 kilos. You cannot hitch the bar up on your knees or your thighs. You cannot go up and down with the bar once you start the bar up. And the down command, you cannot get the down command until you have fully locked out. So what that's referring to is your knees must be solid, they cannot be soft, and you must have your back straight. And so if you're going to see a foul or a red card on a deadlift, it will often be for either the up and down, the hitching, or for the soft knee lockout at the top. Those are typically the three things that you will see most often called as far as goes. We have Mark up next with 187.5 kilos, just about 412 pounds, just over 400 pounds for his opener. Donna was successful at 167.5 kilos. Mark is one of our few, I think he's our only M1 lifter today. All of our Masters lifters are M2s and M3s with the exception of Mark and Dusty. Mark is an M1, Dusty is an M4. This is Mark's opener. And I believe it's yes, he's got an opener, so he's got a total. 3 white lights. And Bryce is going to be attempting 195 for his open, 429 pounds. Bryce's son is also competing later today or tomorrow, I believe. So the powerlifting is in the family. And Bryce has competed at both regionals and nationals the past few years. Good opener for Bryce. He's got his total for the day, and now he can get out into that total. Paul is up next. Paul is opening at 210 kilos, 462 pounds. Lift for Paul. He's got his total. He's got his opener on his deadlift at 210 kilos, and he will finish with the total for the day. Platform crew is quickly changing out plates. Jeff is our next lifter. He's going to be opening at 250 kilos, 550 pounds for his opener. And the bar is loaded for Jeff. we have a full house, but there is room if you do want to come down and watch for the day. We're at the North Martinsville Community Center, just north of Saskatoon. It's a beautiful facility. It looks like it's relatively new or recently built. Certainly a good setup for powerlifting. And we do have room for more spectators. There are certainly more chairs we can put out. There's a concession stand. Jeff was successful at 250. He will then complete the meet with a total as well. I keep bringing that up, but it's so crucial for lifters that you have to complete one successful lift in each of the 3 events or disciplines. That is certainly something that all of the lifters are thinking about. They do not want to do what we call bomb out. They do not want to not finish with a total. If you cannot complete a lift in any of the 3 disciplines, then you are considered to have bombed out of the meet and you do not get a total. It also washes out any records you might have set during the meet. Here we go, Rob, with his first attempt. He is the last lifter in this flight in this first round. He is attempting 255 kilos or 561 pounds. And with a successful lift, Rob has had a good day. And he'll be building a total after that 250, hoping to add kilograms. We are just heading into our second round of deadlift attempts. We have a number of people making changes to seconds, which is kind of normal when you have deadlifts. Second and third attempts can often change, and lifters and coaches are allowed to change deadlifts and make a change to the number that they have submitted for their attempt up to I think it's within 2 lifters ahead of you or 3 lifters ahead of you. They can change those attempts, and that's often jockeying for position. Mavis with her second attempt, successful at 112.5 kilos. She is coached by Ryan and Rhea Stint. I believe Ryan is her coach, main coach. She's happy with that number, and she's going to submit her third attempt for the day. We have Doris adding 10 kilos to her first attempt, attempting 125 kilograms. Once again, I'll take a minute to mention our sponsors. Our gold sponsors, Blackthorn Events, are the host for this event here at the North Martinsville Community Center, Mackey Physiotherapy, and Inner Strength Products. Doris is good with her second attempt at 125, I believe. We're waiting for the referees. Sometimes we have some technology glitches with the referee lights. The referees are using, maybe I can get Ryan to jump in on this one particular thing, in terms of the technology we use for the referees. The referees are using technology with the lights.
Yeah, so they're actually using software that I've written. It's Simple Meet, which is just a web-based scoring system, and then I've integrated referee lights into that as well. So they use just a little cheap tablet to interface with it. So
very nice to have, and we are so lucky in Saskatchewan to have you doing some of this technology, because I know there are other provincial federations. I think you've even been asked to do this for a couple of other ones, right?
Other provinces use it, so
okay, that's what I thought.
It does get used across the country a little bit, and it just came back when I started lifting. People were using Excel spreadsheets with the most complicated macros I've ever seen, and they were really finicky. So they would, if you did something wrong, if you touched something that you shouldn't touch, it would break. So it was really stressful to run the software for a meet. I remember, I think Nationals in 2015, I think even. remember it was in Newfoundland, and it's a good lift there for Lauren on her second attempt. And this, we were lifting with my brother-in-law Ryan Fowler, and something happened, and the computer would no longer put him lifting; it would just skip right over him. So
He just disappeared.
he just disappeared, yeah, and just those old Excel spreadsheets that I mean, for what they are, I mean, it's amazing. Things you can do in Excel are mind-boggling, but yeah, they were very finicky, and if you deleted the wrong cell, or everything would break. So I decided to write some software. I do it as a bit of a hobby, so I just did it out of a need to not hate using Excel, basically, and yeah, so it's been something I've done over the last 10 years or so, or maybe even longer, but yeah, just a little hobby I do. Next up is Dusty Deer with 147.5 kilos. Dusty was successful on his first at 125, so almost a 22.5 kilo jump here. It's a big jump to a second attempt.
Wow, that is a big jump.
Yeah.
That's like almost a 50-pound jump.
Yeah, it's a big jump.
All right, let's see how Dusty does with this. His second one looked good. First one, excuse me.
So maybe he's got his knees a little soft. I don't know if he's going to get that. Yeah. I think his knees didn't lock out quite so well there.
And that's been an issue for him in the past as well.
It is. He also does that little bit of a stutter step up to the bar, which I know has kind of thrown him off balance before.
Mm-hmm.
It'll get a little too far in front of him, and it's hard to get that lockout then. The strength is obviously there, and
right.
I think he can definitely come back.
Cleaning up some technical issues.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So I think I don't know if it was just that the weight was a little too in front of him. He couldn't get the knees to lock, or what it was, but definitely strong enough for the weight.
So we have Sherry up next at 162.5 kilos. She's doing a 10-kilo jump. And as we mentioned with Dusty, that soft lockout, I had mentioned the primary things you might fail on if you were going to be doing a deadlift. One is the up and down.
Yep.
Two is prop hitching, where you rest the bar on your thighs or your knees. And the third one could be the lockout at the top.
Yeah, those are really the most common. And it can be tough with balance. Good lift there for Sherry, 3 white lights. Sometimes you're a little off balance, you can't really lock knees without losing your position or your balance, right? So you keep your knees a little soft, trying to stay standing. But the referees are watching for that, and yeah, definitely they'll catch you. So
those are the three that at least come to mind for me as being the most common. A couple of the other ones that happen that are, in my opinion, rarer are if you miss a command, because there's only the one command.
Yeah.
And then the other one is I guess it's happened. I haven't seen it happen. I'm sure you have with the years you've been in this, is if you throw the weight or drop the weight.
Yeah, and sadly, the worst time to see it, and one of the most common times to see it, a newer lifter who comes out for the third attempt and they're all jazzed up and they're excited and they pull it and then they drop the bar because that's how they train, right? So,
right.
You hate to see it because as a referee you gotta red light it. But you do have to keep your hands in the bar, as you see Donna doing there, all the way to the floor. It's a good lift there for Donna. So
that's a provincial record, I believe. That was 183 kilos.
Yeah.
So I believe that was a provincial record.
So yeah, it's you hate to see it because everything's been fine up to that point, and then the lifter's so excited that they get a down command, they drop it. And that's just, some people train that way.
Right.
I always recommend people to not train that way because you fall back into that habit at the wrong time, and you're going to get a red light for it. So
I see a lot of young lifters doing that they're so excited at hitting that big weight, and then they drop the weight.
Yeah. So
I have not seen anybody miss a command on deadlifts. I'm sure it's happened, but I haven't seen it.
Like sometimes you'll see it with, sometimes when they're losing their balance, or like they're losing their grip.
Sure.
So like they kind of like beat the command because they know they're going to drop it if they can't hold it. So
Correct. Yep.
Good lift there for Mark.
Good lift for Mark. That's his second successful deadlift at 195. And Bryce is up at 207.5. He's taking a 12.5 kilo jump for a second.
The other time you see that someone beat a command maybe would be like there's kind of a tempo to the down command with referees, right? Like you kind of stand to it, and there's almost like a bit of a pause before you get the down command. Like you have to show you're controlling it, right? And some refs have a little bit longer of that pause.
Sure,
And
I could
if
see
you
that.
train
Yep,
that tempo
sure.
of like, oh, I'm locked out and I'm putting it down, right? Then they catch you because you don't get that down command at the right time, and so you may not put it down, but like you'll soften your knees because you're starting to,
Right.
and then you'll get called on
Yep.
that.
So, okay. Yeah, I could see that.
It's definitely not as common as missing a command in the other two, because there's no start command. And the start command is the one that really catches the people up in their first few meets. That they'll start squatting before they get squat command, or they'll bring the bar down before they start the start command on the bench.
Right.
Bryce
Bryce,
for Bryce.
with his good second attempt at 207.5. We'll change out the plates here. Platform crew getting ready for Paul. Paul is also making a 10-kilo jump to 220.
You'll often see like bigger jumps in the deadlift, especially. They're first of all you're not holding the weight, so like there's no. It's just easy. You start light, and you just know that you're going to get that first one in for sure, and then you make a bigger jump to your second attempt.
That's one of the things I mentioned, was that getting that first deadlift in, getting it successful, because then you're in the meet. If all of our lifters this morning so far have hit their bench or squat, so they're good there. They need that first attempt on deadlift to have a total.
Yeah. So it's one of those ones where you might start a little lighter on deadlift just to get it in, and then make a bigger jump to your second. Nice and strong second attempt there from
I
Paul.
think that ties Paul's personal best for deadlift, and he's successful at 220. I think that's a tie for his PB on deadlift. And now we are looking at our last two deadlifters in the flight, second round. Rob is jumping 15 kilos up to 270 kilos. That is a 594 lift for Rob. 594 pounds.
And then we'll have one more lifter in our second attempt before we start our thirds. So I think I heard there might be a delayed start on the next session. I think they said maybe a 15-minute start.
All right,
So 1:15 start for the next session.
So for those of you that are listening, if you want to listen to the second session, and you're waiting for someone in particular, or a family member or a friend that you want to watch and follow, we might be starting about 15 minutes later than the 1 o'clock start time initially planned.
I don't know if you talked about sumo and conventional, or
Not yet. No, this is a great time to do that.
so you see Rob lining up with his feet outside of his hands, so they're really wide legs. This is called sumo deadlift. Rob looked good there at 270.
Successful lift. Good for him.
So lifters can opt to really deadlift any foot position you want. Generally speaking, if you're going to have the wide stance like that, or close stance, which would be called conventional deadlifts. And then it's just optional what's better for the lifter. For some people, it's just hard to get into a good conventional position, especially bigger people, especially. So you'll find they'll be more likely to go sumo. But it's a lot of your leverages and your build, what works best for you.
Jeff coming out the last lifter in our second round with a 275 kilo attempt at 605 pounds.
So there's Jeff with a conventional deadlift.
Right, and I was going to ask you about the sumo. I lift conventional, but what I have found with the sumo, which is something that lifters need to work on, is it's a balancing thing. Well, there's a balance issue there.
For sure, yeah. Because your feet are so wide and generally toes are turned out, it can be challenging to hold your balance at the top and not get back on your heels too much or too far on your toes. It happens in conventional too, but it's a little less likely.
And in terms of what muscle groups you're using, they're slightly different too.
For sure, sumo is a lot more hips. Definitely more hips, a little more quads too. Whereas conventional is just a little more low back. Because generally sumo, you're going to start the lift a little bit more upright. Your torso is a little more upright, so you get a little less low back demand on it. versus conventional where you're going to be a little more bent forward usually, which means you have a little more low back. So it can be a good movement to do if you have low back issues. It can be good to switch to sumo, just try and take the pressure off the low back a little bit. But yeah, sumo's definitely going to be hard on the hips, a little more hard on the hips. And it's a little more, a really technical sumo. It's very dependent on flexibility as well to get into that good position.
I was gonna
Get your hips close
just
to the
gonna
bar.
bring that up because I lift conventional, and it is hard on the lower back.
Yeah.
And I've tried sumo, and I don't have that hip flexibility.
Right, and that's really the demand of it. Maeva Bridges here with 120 kilos, her final attempt of the day.
She's grinding. She's grinding. I believe she's got that. Let's see.
Happy day for Maeva there. That was
Great third attempt.
yeah, that was
Good for her on
good
her
number.
third lift.
Yeah. I think she went 9 for 9 that. Oh, she skipped her third.
She
squat.
skipped it. Well, she's
Yeah.
8 for 8.
8 for 8. That's right.
8
yeah.
for 8, technically. So a good day for Maeva.
Yeah.
Doris is going to be attempting 130 kilos. And we will see, as we've just been talking, a variety. We'll either see sumo or conventional, depending on the lifter, depending on their strengths, depending on potentially body types. So there's a lot of things that can go into that in terms of choosing. As I mentioned before, I've tried sumo. There really is a technical aspect to it and a flexibility aspect to it that some lifters just don't have, like myself.
Yeah, for sure. It's some people it's very natural. Same as conventional, right? Some people will find it very natural to pull conventionally. And most lifters will start conventional and maybe graduate into sumo over time. It's a good lift there to finish her day for Doris. But most lifters will start with conventional, and then they might play around sumo and see if it feels a little better. But
Is that primarily because it's a more technical
I think
lift?
so.
Yeah.
And most people, if you see someone deadlifting in a gym, a regular person is probably pulling conventional, right?
Correct.
You've probably been more exposed to conventional deadlifts. But for a lot of people, they can find that sumo is just a more advantageous position for them, and they can just lift more, right? In the end, what you want to do is pick the position that lets you lift more, 'cause that's the goal. So,
How much can I lift within the rules?
yeah, I've pulled both sumo and conventional in competition. And it kind of depends on what's training better that time, or if I'm dealing with a little bit of nagging issues on one or the other. Teresa with a third attempt here.
Did she get it?
Looked pretty good.
Looks good.
So the refs like it.
Yep.
3 white lights.
Yep,
a good
she
lift.
got it. All right, she's happy.
Good job.
That is a 9 for 9 day for Risa.
Yeah.
So
great
she
job.
is happy. All right, Laura's up. Laura's attempting 140 kilos. That's a 5 kilo jump for her third attempt. This is a little over 2.3 times her body weight for a 63 kilo M2 lifter.
Yeah. It's a big deadlift. Moved well, I think. What the referees say?
Did she get him?
Three white
did.
lights, yeah, it's a
She's
good
happy.
lift,
She
yeah.
got it. Let's talk a little bit about. It took Laura a little time to break the ground with that.
Yeah.
Talk about that in terms of sumo lifting.
So it comes down to like rate of force development, and especially with sumo, you really want to make sure you don't lose that position. You put yourself into an advantageous position with your torso upright, and you find if you rush too much, same can happen in conventional. You rush it, your hips will come up first, and it just pushes the bar forward on you, and you won't be able to lock it out.
Jocelyn with her third attempt at 140 did not get that.
It's a little too heavy
Just a
today.
bit much on the day. Yeah, when I have attempted sumo, my fear, because I'm not very experienced with sumo, is that if I rush it, I'm going to fall backwards as well.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, and you see that sometimes people lose their balance backwards, it's definitely, you see hips rising up, and that can just be a matter of not getting tight enough before the pull, or a matter of just trying to rush and not let the right muscles do their job off the floor.
And that's losing the advantage of the sumo if the hips come up first, right?
Absolutely, yeah. Suddenly you're doing a conventional sumo deadlift.
Which is even
because-
worse.
Yeah. So,
Yeah.
And I mean, some people pull that way, and it's the best way for them. But for most people, you want every advantage you can. So if you can get your torso more upright, a little less low back work, then you can be better off. So
Dusty is getting set up here. She added 5 kilos to the bar.
Yeah, I mean, the second one moved well. It's just a matter of getting it to lock it here.
Can he lock out his knees? Did he get a lockout?
He got one
2
white
to 1.
leg. Yeah, it's so close. But again, you saw that off the floor there and kind of hang out in front of him because he has that kind of stutter set up there that it's not as repeatable and consistent, I think. And so the bar will be up front.
And
pull him out of
when
position.
when you do a conventional deadlift and the bar is not right up against your shins, you're losing that leverage.
Of course, yeah, absolutely. You got to keep it. You want to keep the weight as close to your center of gravity as possible because that's going to make for the easiest lift. And that's the same with the squat as well.
Sure.
Anytime you get off the center line, you're going to be doing more work than you need to do. And you can really feel it on those conventional deadlifts, though. If they get out front of you, you're going to feel it the next day for sure.
I can tell you that from experience.
Yeah.
Well, Dusty had the strength. It's just he's
Absolutely.
got to clean up a couple of technical issues.
Yeah, and it could be that the squats bugged his knees and he just wasn't able to get those locked out today.
That could be it because he was limping earlier.
Yeah.
I was a little worried about that. And
at least he got his first one, so he still recorded a total.
No,
so.
he's got a total. He's good. All right, we have Sherry. She's taking a 12.5 kilo jump here
Yeah, it's
to 175 kilos.
I think it moved well, though.
Boy, that moved really well. And
Two
good for
red
her.
lights,
She's
good
got
lift.
it. So she's happy. She went 8 for 9 on the day. And Donna is up next. She is going to 187.5. So she set a provincial record in her second attempt, and now she's simply trying to add to it.
Yeah, 187.5, 413 pounds. Kind of coming to the end of the day here, third attempt deadlifts, and you start, you get a lot of fatigue. It's people have been lifting here since, when do we start? 10:30 lift? No, 8:30 lifting.
8:30 is lifting, and we are at 12:30.
Yeah, so we're
4 hours in.
So you've been lifting now for 4 hours and you start feeling fatigue. So
I actually mentioned while you were gone about rehydration and refueling in between lifts
she's
during the
fighting.
break.
Oh, just lost her balance a little bit back and just couldn't maintain position there.
Yeah.
It's very close.
Still has a provincial record with her
Yep.
second attempt.
Yep.
Yep.
And I think she set a provincial record maybe on squats as well. Am I wrong? Or she attempted
Yes,
one?
she just missed it.
She missed it, yeah.
She just missed her third attempt. Yeah. So yeah, I was talking a little bit about refueling and rehydrating in between squat, bench, and dead.
For sure, yeah. It's people don't necessarily think about it, but most workouts you're probably in the gym in and out in an hour and a half or something like that. You probably need to have food or sustenance during that time, right? Maybe besides a drink, but at a meet, you besides the adrenaline, which can really dump a lot of energy out of you.
Yes.
It's good to make sure you're eating and drinking, simple foods.
4 to 5 hours versus 90 minutes.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
You need
And
to
you're
have-
warming up for all those lifts too, so you are doing a workout.
Yeah, absolutely. Just a little too much today. Yeah, so I mean, you'll see lifters with a food bag that's sometimes bigger than their equipment bag.
That's what mine looks like.
It might be a little overkill. I mean, you're only here for 4 hours or 4.5 hours maybe, but yeah, it's definitely good to have something with you, stuff is safe and won't bug your stomach. You see some people that want to have chips and candy and whatever, and
I will admit to having a sweet tooth, and I have a one thing I take with me that a lot of lifters bring: Sour Patch.
Yeah, no, people love their Sour Patch Kids. Or their dinosaurs.
Someone got me hooked on that, and now I'm stuck.
Yeah.
But yeah, otherwise, really about keeping food that you're used to, that's not going to upset your stomach. You do your routine, do what you do all the time. Right. So then on game day, it's not a surprise.
There's nothing worse than coming up for your first squat and your stomach is
it's
bloated.
Oh
and
gosh.
You feel terrible. And
Yeah.
So my wife and I, we talked to our lifters about just keeping it simple. Candy is not bad, as long as it's you don't want to be having too much of it, but it's sugars and
Right. Too much on the day, a little bit for Bryce. It was a 10-kilo jump. It was a big jump. He did go 8 for 9. He's got to be happy with that.
for sure. So keep it simple, and then just keep drinking. You're probably sweating, so you're sweating out some salt. So it's good to have some electrolytes in you as well, especially if you did like a weight cut. Some people do cut down weight to make it a lower weight class. Never something we recommend for a newer lifter, but
That's what I was going to ask you. I was just going to maybe have you talk a little bit about new lifters in weight cuts and more experienced lifters in weight cuts and the pros and cons of doing those kinds of things.
unless you need to cut weight, and no one needs to cut weight for the first meet, you shouldn't cut weight.
Agreed.
It's going to just add another layer of complexity to your day, and really, it can be dangerous. People take it to extremes, but Paul here with 225. Looks like he's got the strength on it. 3-way lights.
Yep, 3-way lights. He got it.
So we would never recommend a lifter cut weight, especially for the first few meets at least.
Right.
Maybe you're lifting for a while, you're up to regional championships, and then you have to make a weight class, right? So at a local meet, you don't need to make the weight class you nominated for. You can come in at whatever weight class you come in at. So, just let your body grow as you train. Lots of people, you're putting on muscle mass as you train. So, trying to, say you're lifting the 83 category, but suddenly you're weighing 84 or 85 kilos because your training's been going well and you're putting body weight on. That's not really worth adding the stress of trying to cut down 2 kilos for a local meet. That isn't really going to do anything for you.
Well, and it seems to me that certainly, and for younger lifters, if they're in the gym training, right, they're going to put weight on. They're going to put size and muscle on.
Yeah, for sure.
And so they're eventually going to find a natural weight at some point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and to an extent, you might need to, if you're trying to hit your qualifying totals for regionals or nationals, maybe you need to be that 83 kilos.
Sure.
So you can do a gentle cut with a little bit of water. Rob there with a successful third attempt.
Yep. 282.5 kilos for his final deadlift.
Jeff now coming up for 290 kilos. Big jumps for Jeff on deadlifts here. He went 25 kilo jump to a second.
That's
and
a
now
630.
15 kilos.
That's a 638 lift.
Yep.
638 pounds. That is a big jump.
Yep. So I don't recommend weight cutting unless you absolutely need to. Just enjoy lifting.
And I have talked to lifters and seen firsthand and secondhand lifters that have done, unfortunately, 10, 15 pound weight cuts, and I've had people tell me, well, it's going to be all water. Well, it can't be.
Yeah,
It just can't be. You lose too much strength.
Yeah, and in the sport we have a 2-hour weigh-in window. So that means you weigh in and then you're lifting 2 hours later, which is not enough time to rehydrate that much.
No, I'm not a big believer in weight cuts at all.
It's a good pull here
Nice.
for Jeff.
Good job. It looked good. It is
And
good.
Jeff, 3-way lights.
And
That's
he's happy with that. Good way to finish the meet for Jeff.
Sure, yeah.
Was a little disappointed on squats, as you mentioned. It was kind of a surprise for him, not doing equipped squats.
Yeah.
So he's got to be happy with the deadlift. All right, we'll take a very quick 1-minute break here.
Yeah, they're just switching over the platform.
They're going to switch over and get us going in the second flight. Our juniors and sub-juniors get us going right away.
Yep.
And then after that, we have a short 20-minute maybe break.
Maybe, I don't know if
15,
they're
20
going to do
minutes?
awards or what they're going to do. So
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see where the awards are fitted in. So we will start up any minute here with Chelsea as our first lifter on deadlifts. The platform is getting ready. And Chelsea is our opening lifter for this flight at 87.5 kilos. Chelsea has already set a provincial record. Two provincial records, excuse me.
On the bench, she set it on our second
That's
minute,
right.
I believe.
And that's a nice opener for her.
Yep, very smooth.
And 3 white lights. Something got noticed on
I think there's a misload.
Uh-oh.
I think there's a misload on the bar.
Uh-oh.
So they're just trying to work out what's on the bar there.
Right. So explain to me, if there's a misload and there's more weight than what was expected, what happens?
So if there's more weight than expected, and she was successful, in which she was,
Yep.
then she
Gets credit for
gets
that?
credit for that. Yeah, to
And
the
if it-
nearest 2.5.
Okay, and if it was less, what happens?
If it was less, then they have the option to either accept the weight or they can get a reattempt at the end of the round.
Gotcha.
So
That's good to know, because I don't think a lot of people know that. It
Yeah.
can happen on rare occasions where it's misloaded.
yeah, and even so, in the case if it was misloaded heavy and she missed it, then she'd get a reattempt.
She would
at the
get
end
a
of the round.
reattempt, yeah.
So, but I'm not sure if it was heavy or light. I didn't quite see what was missing on there. She has the option to either accept it or to reattempt it if it was too light.
So what are they?
Sounds like
Wait to hear what happened.
she's going to get a reattempt at the end of the round.
It must have been too
So
light.
it must have been too light.
Okay.
So,
All right. So she'll get another attempt at that weight if she chooses, which looks like she is.
Yeah.
Her coach has put in the reattempt.
Now the trouble with that is that she is the lightest lifter in the round, so she's going to take that at the end of the round, and then she's going to basically follow herself.
Right.
So
which
she
is
will get
3
compensatory time. I believe it's 4 minutes.
Okay. That's not a lot of time to turn around.
It's not. Now it depends how you train. Like some people
Sure.
might train fast enough. That's not going to be an issue.
Sure.
But it can definitely be a very quick turnaround. At least it's the opening deadlift, so it's the lightest attempt. so-
Right. Yeah, it's not the third.
yeah, for sure.
That would be tough.
So
All right, we have Brooklyn here attempting 90 kilos. Moved up and down pretty quickly.
very easy opening attempt.
Yeah.
That's what you want to
Good
see.
opener. Yep. And Michaela's up next with 100 kilos. I don't envy the spotters and the loaders, and here's why. It might be a personal thing for me. I would not. I think I mentioned this to you, Ryan. I would not be great at loading because I'm colorblind.
Yeah, that's that can make
They
a
don't
challenge
want
for
me
sure.
loading
yeah,
plates.
for sure.
And I mean, the size of the plates is different, so normally I can get it right. But if we're rushing,
Yeah.
if we're in a hurry to load, that would be an issue for me.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely, the colors help. That way you're not trying to read anything on them.
Right.
You can just grab the color you need to see.
Nice lift from Michaela. Good lift.
Good easy opener there.
Yep. Yep. These are, again, like choosing an easy opener for your deadlift allows you to get a total for the meet, and then you can go from there. Mackenzie's up next. She's going to be attempting 112.5 kilos. All of these lifters starting our second flight are from Weyburn. Ryan Fowler is the coach. I mentioned previously while you were gone that Ryan has a very strong junior and sub-junior program in
He
Weyburn.
does. He has a lot of juniors, a lot of masters.
A lot of masters. Yeah, he's got the both ends.
Yeah,
That's
he's got
true.
both
He's got
ends
both ends. I forgot he had the masters in the previous group.
Yeah,
That's right.
Yeah, so it makes for a busy day when they put these two together. But yeah, he's got a good club down in Weyburn.
And that looks good for Mackenzie. 3 whites. Lily Sador is opening at 117.5.
Another one of Ryan's. lifters.
Another, I think the first 6 or 7 are all Ryan's.
Yep, looking at the score sheet, that looks right. And Ryan's been in the sport himself for a very long time. I think
Right.
he started lifting around in 2001, I think.
Okay.
Training in the sport before that for football, but started competing around 2001, I believe. So moved down to Weyburn as a teacher and started up a powerlifting club down there. Owned our gym, Olympia In Depth. So this guy's powerlifting club in there. So if you're ever in the Weyburn area, it's a good place to check out to get a training session in. They've got a bunch of combo racks and stuff in the back room.
Absolutely. Yep. You won't find a better gym in a small town.
No, for sure. Very easy opener there for Lily.
Nice opener. Lily's got to be happy with that.
3 white lights, good.
3 white lights. Natalie is up next. She's opening at 125, 275 pounds. I'm going to mention something just as a detail thing, but all of our loaders, have gloves. Explain why they use gloves.
So some loaders will wear gloves. It can help to grip the plates, help protect your hands as well. You tighten up collars over and over again, and that can be. You can kind of get blisters or
Calluses.
Yeah, it can get rough on the hands for sure. So the gloves can help just to protect the hands a little bit. I don't like wearing them necessarily, only because I find that I must have a weird hand size.
Oh,
so
okay.
If I wear a glove that's big enough for my hand,
It's too loose on
then
you
it's
then?
too loose on
Yeah.
my fingers, and yeah. So
Sure.
Good opener there for
That was a
Natalie.
good opener.
125
Right
kilos.
lights. Yeah, I'm trying. When I look at the gloves, when I see the loaders, I think, well, yeah, it protects your hands, but on the other hand, I'm not trying to, no pun intended. I feel like I might not feel safe with the plate, like it might slip out at times.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely personal preference. Some people really like them, though. I know people who will tape their fingers as well when
Okay.
they're spotting loading, just because, again, you're
Protects your-
tightening that
yeah.
collar up over
Yep.
and over again, and you kind of get like a real bad rub mark in your thumb. So it can help to, just protect the hands a little bit. It's a lot of weight you're moving around and a lot of
And
collars
repetitively.
tightening. Yeah, exactly. So, and you're trying to do it fast too,
Yep.
right? So.
McKelly here with 130. That moved pretty quickly. That should be good.
That looked like an easy opener there.
Yep. And Sophie's up next with 135 kilos for her opener. All right, the bar's loaded for Sophie. Sophie is from the Bridge City Barbell Club. Nice.
Solid opener there.
Yep. Good opener. Stephanie will be opening with 147.5 kilos. Stephanie is one of our 3 juniors in this group. They're mostly sub-juniors.
One other thing to talk about on deadlifts is you'll note that lifters will grip the bar in different ways. So most lifters will grip with an over-under hand. So one hand will be palm up, one hand will be palm down. This will help to stop the bar from rolling. You can see Stephanie taking that grip, their left hand under and her right hand over.
Yep.
This will reduce the chance of the bar rolling in the hands and falling out of your grip. The alternative is people will take what's called a hook grip. It's what gets used most often in weightlifting, Olympic weightlifting, where they actually hook the thumb under the fingers, and so you have all the weight sitting on your thumb, which is not very pleasant feeling, but it does really lock the bar in, and then you don't have that one twisted arm, right?
And that's a double overhand grip typically.
Like
with
double
the
overhand,
thumbs,
that's right, yeah. So,
hook grip.
so it tends to be a more symmetrical grip. You'll see some people with the over-under grip will have a bit of a windmilling where one side of the bar will rotate in front of them. When you have that rotation in the arm, it's going to change how your lat is activating in the back, and it's going to just change how your body reacts. So you see Ryan with the over-under grip there, and no issues there for him windmilling, but yeah, it does change things. So lots of people are trying to do that hook grip, but it's very technical, and it can be very difficult to get used to the pain and the pressure on the thumbs. And it also requires large enough hands to actually be able to do it.
To wrap around, yeah,
exactly.
correct. Yeah, the hook grip, and that's, I don't want to say that's really new, but it's relatively new, right?
It's I mean when I
For
started
powerlifting.
lifting in powerlifting, and I don't want to age myself at all, but this was back in 2005 or so.
Sure.
It was very rare to see someone hook gripping.
Right.
Very rare. I can only think of one really big name lifter that did it, Brad Gillingham, a lifter out of the USA, used to hook grip.
Yep.
And but nowadays, it's especially in the last maybe 8 to 10 years, it's really gotten more popular.
Is that also because of the popularity of sumo lifting too, maybe?
It could be for sure. I think it's an advantageous grip if you can get used to it, because, like I said, you don't have that that symmetrical difference side to side, right? So if you're able to handle it, and you do see it more with sumo necessarily than conventional, but yeah, it definitely helped. I know myself personally, I had some issues with a hip for a long time, and I think it ended up being that underhand side was just being pushed out front a little bit, and that caused a little more pressure on that hip. And once I switched to hook grip, the hip, I don't want to say overnight, but almost overnight stopped hurting so much. So,
Wow.
You don't think about the kinetic chain, but yeah, it can all come down to some sort of slight rotation like that. So,
Well, I've tried the hook grip. I've not been successful at the hook grip. I would like to keep trying it because, as you pointed out, there is a kinetic in the lats. I definitely feel it at the heavier weights
for sure, yeah.
when I'm doing the over/under.
And yeah, it took me. I think I started playing with hook grip or trying hook grip back in about 2017 with that hip issue, and it's a good lift there, very good lift there.
It's a 200-kilo opener for Griffin.
Yeah, it took me a very long time to get used to it. I'd say only in the last couple of years that I kind of really find it working well and find what works well for me. I used to try and tape my thumbs. Lifters will put tape on their thumbs to protect the thumbs a little bit, but I found because of how short my thumbs are, when I did that, I lost.
The extra.
I didn't get enough
wrap
grip on the
wrap
thumb.
around. Yeah.
So I learned I'd stop taping my thumbs, which again makes it hurt more. But yeah, you kind of get used to it, and yeah, it took me almost 6 years before I really got comfortable with it.
Well, I've got a ways to go.
Yeah. So.
All right, Jake is up with 212.5 kilos for his opening deadlift. We are almost done the first round of deadlifts for this second flight, and it's an easy opener for him.
Very easy opener.
Yep.
It's so fast, I almost lost the balance on it. So.
All right, Bo is our last lifter in this first round. Bo will be opening with 270 kilos, which is a big opener for a sub-junior.
Yeah, huge opener.
594 pounds. Almost a 600-pound opener for a sub-junior.
Yeah, it's
And this
well over 3 times body weight.
This
here.
is a national record, or a total record, maybe.
Yeah, I'm not quite
Not
sure. I
sure
don't have the
if it's-
records with me.
I'm not sure if it's the deadlift or the total,
Yeah.
but it is a national record of one or the other.
So one thing to note is, if you're trying to get a total national record, you have to have the referee sitting for all your attempts.
All of them.
Yeah.
Okay.
That way, they can certify that all your lifts were done to standard, even if each individual lift wasn't a record. Let's say.
You need that in order to get the total to
That's
count.
right.
Gotcha. All right, so last lifter in the first round. Bo going for a national record, either the deadlift or the total. We're not quite sure.
So you see Bo lining up. He's going to pull hook grip here.
Yep. He's got
So
the thumbs hooked
yeah.
underneath, and that moved pretty quickly.
Very easy opener. Yeah.
That is,
Three-way
a,
lights there. Yeah.
that is a fast opener for 270 kilos. All right, we're going to start our second round of this second flight. We are moving along. Chelsea will be doing a reattempt, I believe, at 87.5. The platform is getting ready for Chelsea.
So I just heard it sounds like the next session will start at 1:30.
All right, so we are second session of the afternoon session, the second session of today, will start at 1:30, not 1 o'clock. For those that are waiting to maybe watch family member or a friend lift, 1:30 we will start the afternoon session.
Hold on. I'm just going to go help with some computer technicalities here.
Sure thing. All right. Chelsea's just waiting for... I think there's some confusion about the reattempt, possibly, and about how to enter the reattempt. All right. Chelsea is making a reattempt. I believe it's at 87.5 kilos. My computer screen has moved on. There we go. 87.5 kilos. And that looks like a good attempt to me. 3 whites for Chelsea. She's got her opener in. And so she has a total for the day. She has had an extremely good day. She is 8 for 8 on the day so far, or 7 for 7, excuse me. Brooklyn is our next lifter. She'll be attempting 100 kilos for her second attempt. Again, the building is filling up. We have a full house, which is great to see. I know lifters always appreciate when there's a large spectator audience. And family and friends are here. People who are part of the powerlifting community are here. Once again, we'll mention our sponsors, just to give them a plug again. Our title sponsors, our platinum sponsors, Sask Lotteries, Supplement King and Supplement World. Our gold sponsors are Blackthorn Events, who are the hosts, Miyake Physiotherapy, and Inner Strength Products. Our gold and platinum sponsors. I think we've sorted out the reattempt, and we are good to go. There's just a little bit of confusion about the reattempt and about how to get this set up. Chelsea's reattempt was successful, and we are just waiting on the platform to be ready for Brooklyn's second deadlift.
Now that I actually got to see how
I think we're doing a change. Oh, I know what's going on. Chelsea is getting a chance to do her second attempt immediately after her first attempt because of the reattempt that occurred. I know that's a little confusing. And because she's the lightest lifter in the group, she has to go again immediately because reattempts occur at the end of the round, and she's the first lifter in the second round. So she's getting a 4-minute rest between her reattempt and her second attempt. Her second attempt will be at 92.5 kilos. So we are just waiting on the 4-minute rest for Chelsea, which is given because of the reattempt, and she will be coming out shortly for her second attempt. We'll mention our silver sponsors while I'm waiting. Our silver sponsors: Foundation Fitness, Bridge City Barbell, SBD Canada, Sastel, Strong Arm Sport, and Great Western Brewing. Thanks to all of our sponsors. These events don't occur without sponsors. They don't occur without volunteers and the cooperation of the gyms that are members of the SPA, and of course the SPA, the board members and members. All of this is done by volunteers. Hours and hours of work are put in to make this a successful event. Chelsea is up on the platform for her second attempt at 92.5 kilos. And I believe she's got a second attempt successful. She does. A lot of determination there to come back 4 minutes later and hit that second attempt. So she is 8 for 8 on the day. Brooklyn is now up 100 kilometers, 100 kilos. All right, I need a break here soon. 100 kilos on the bar for Brooklyn's second attempt. It's time to get more coffee inside this person. I need more coffee. All right, Brooklyn is entering onto the platform. One of Ryan Fowler's many athletes from Weyburn. And that looks like a good lift. And it is. Good lift for Brooklyn. Michaela will be attempting 110 kilos. We have one of our other sponsors has set up a table in the room. I believe that is Supplement World. So Supplement King and Supplement World are both here with tables, sponsor tables at this event. And we are just waiting on the platform loaders. And the bar is ready. That looks like a good attempt for Michaela, and it is. Mackenzie's up, 122.5 kilos. Platform crew is working hard to load and unload the bar for each lifter. We're getting towards the end of this first session. We are about not quite halfway through this final session or final flight for deadlifts. The room is filling up as we have people watching the current lifters, and we have more people entering to prepare to watch the lifters at 1:30. So we definitely have a full house, which is nice to see. I know that the athletes appreciate that. And Mackenzie is struggling to lock it out. I believe she's got it. We'll have to see. Oh, no, 2 reds, 1 white. There might have been a little bit of hitching or maybe an up and down. It's hard to say. She definitely found the strength. You just have to clean up whatever occurred in terms of that last third of the way up. There might have been just a tiny bit of up and down or hitching. It was hard to say at that point. It could have, I guess the other thing it could have been also is soft lockout. Although I thought her knees were good, but again, I'm not seeing this from the same angle that the referees are seeing it from. Lily Sador with a second attempt of 130 kilos. She's making a 12.5 kilo jump. This is a 27-pound jump for Lily. She moved that pretty quickly. I'm pretty sure that's a good lift. And it is. She's happy with that. Things are moving. Natalie is going to be attempting 132.5 kilos. We have a number of athletes who have completed the first flight who are waiting. So that might indicate that we are going to do a very quick medal ceremony right after this flight. We'll wait and see. Natalie. That looks like a good lift. Natalie using the sumo style. That's is 3 white lights. She's happy with that. And Michaela is next with 140 kilos. This is a 10 kilo jump for her. I have just been told by someone in the audience that I am a smooth talker. I didn't realize that. I guess I have a better voice out here than I do at home. I'll have to remember that when I get back to the house. All right. Successful lift for Michaela. Sophie is up. She has a 145 kilo attempt. It's a 10 kilo jump for her second. She is having a great day. I believe she's already, I want to say she set one provincial record. She bench pressed more than her body weight, which is impressive for a junior. And she is now attempting just under twice her body weight for her second deadlift. And that moved again pretty comfortably. 3 white lights for Sophie. Stephanie's up with 155 kilos. We are moving along here. Stephanie is from Saskatoon. And the bar is loaded for Stephanie.
Let's go, Steph! Come on!
This gets to the point when you get to these second and third deadlifts where these lifters are, it's as much about energy and adrenaline as it is about technique, because you're starting to fade. You've been here 4 or 5 hours. You need to keep that energy level up. You need to keep that motivation up. Nice lift for Stephanie. 3 whites. At this point, fatigue is a factor, and athletes are finding ways to battle and fight that fatigue so that they have the energy to finish off the meet. And second and third deadlifts is where you might see some of that come into play. Ryan is up with 167.5 kilos, a 7.5 kilo jump for him. He is a Bridge City barbell lifter, and he is a 66 kilo sub-junior. Bit of a grind, but locks it out nicely. And a good lift for Ryan. For Ryan, excuse me. We have 4 more lifters in this second set of attempts. Jace is up. He's taking a 12.5 kilo jump to 180. 396 pounds for his second attempt. I believe that's a good lift. It is. He's got to be happy with that. It's a 7 for 8 day for Jace so far. Griffin is up 215 kilos. He's making a 15 kilo, 33 pound jump for his second attempt. And again, one of the things I said was about keeping that energy level up, that adrenaline going. We're getting into the end of the flight or meet or flight for these lifters. They are finishing their second deadlifts. They're entering their third deadlift. Some of them may be trying for personal bests on the third deadlift. Some of them might be trying for provincial records. So it's as much a mental game in terms of keeping up the adrenaline, keeping up the energy and the motivation. It's also about making sure you're hydrated and you've got either eating or doing whatever you need to keep the energy levels high. Griffin moved that without much problem. That moved really fast. He's feeling the deadlifts. He's coming the first and second deadlift. He's come off the platform very happy, like, yeah, it's there today. So he's having a good deadlift day, and he is 8 for 8. So he is feeling it. He's having a very good day. Jake Lindberg, 17.5 kilo jump to 230 kilos. This is a big jump. This is a 40-pound jump for a sub-junior. 230 kilos. And his first one flew off the floor, and I think that was more just an opener, make sure he had a total. So we'll see how this one goes. A little bit of struggle at the lockout, but he got it, no problem. It went up quickly, and I think it almost went up so fast he lost his balance a bit, but he locked it out. 3 white lights. He's happy with that. And now we have again a national record attempt for Bo. He is jumping. This must be a deadlift national record because he is jumping to 286.5 kilos. So that is an odd or off number. That must be a deadlift national record attempt. 286.5 kilos. We are working with our technology. Ryan's doing an amazing job, but sometimes those of us that aren't good at it, we don't know what we're doing. But Ryan's got it covered. We're good. So, Bo with a national record attempt, 286.5 kilos. Here we go. The crowd is encouraging him. 270 moved pretty comfortably. So this would be I believe, a total and then also a deadlift national record. Bo using a hook grip and a sumo stance. That moved pretty comfortably too. 3 white lights, that is a national record for him. And I'm curious what he's going to put on the bar for that third attempt.
Yeah, you can see he got a little stuck there just for a lockout. So, I mean, if it was me coaching, maybe 7.5 would probably be the top end I'd probably go. But
295 maybe, around there?
Yeah,
okay.
Probably.
Yeah, I noticed that also with Griffin. Fast up and down, but right at the top because of the sumo, that lockout, you just got to work at it a bit.
Yeah, you can get kind of off balance and have to kind of like fight through the lockout a little bit more.
The strength is certainly there because it moved very quickly.
Right, yep.
We are in our last round of deadlifts for our second flight. After this, we'll be taking a short break. We have one more round. Chelsea will start us off with 97.5 kilos. Chelsea has been a fighter. She had to reattempt, which was successful, came back 4 minutes later and hit her second. And now she is attempting her third at 97.5 kilos.
Yeah, so after this round of deadlifts, we'll go silent here, but we will leave the feed running so you can watch the awards happening. And we'll take a little bit of break on our end before the next session starts. So we'll do awards for this session, and then the next session will start after that. I'm going to guess at this point we're going to push back a little bit more than 130. So
probably closer to 140, 145.
That would be my guess, yeah.
All right, and Chelsea has gone 9 for 9 on the day.
Yeah, and
she is happy.
That first lift and still went through 300.
Oh, she's just a fighter. She has been just automatic on these all day. Brooklyn is up with 105 kilos. At this point with third deadlifts, as I was mentioning, it's important to keep the adrenaline going, the mental kind of, you got to stay in the meet and not get fatigued both mentally and physically. Some people are attempting personal bests, some people are attempting provincial records. So it's really interesting to watch how the lifters approach this last lift for them for the day.
So 5 kilo jump here for Brooklyn, 105 kilos on the bar. Look good to me, what the referees say. It's a good lift.
Got a good lift. Michaela, I believe, is going for a provincial record, 120.5 kilos. So this must be a provincial record.
Yep.
She's
You'll
making
see. Sorry.
10.5 kilo jump. Go ahead.
As I say, you see in between each lift now, the spotters are cleaning the barbell. You might note on the legs of the lifters that their legs are a little dusty. Lifters will put baby powder on their legs to reduce the friction of the bar. So we want to make sure we clean the bar just to give everyone the advantage that they have a nice clean bar. There's no baby powder that make your hands slip on the bar. So just heard the second session starting at 2 o'clock now. So.
Okay, so we've pushed back to 2 o'clock for our afternoon session. So that will give everybody a bit of a break once we're done awards. This is a provincial record for Michaela.
She's fighting for it. Oh, just a little bit downward there.
It's
a
close.
Little too much. A little too much today. A good fight.
Yep. And Mackenzie is going to take another shot at 122.5 kilos. She missed it on her second. You mentioned they're cleaning the bar between lifts on the third attempt. It's also, for people that don't watch powerlifting regularly, don't know much about it, they'll roll the bar back to stay out of the powder on the platform.
Right, yeah. So the powder can make the carpet on the platform a little bit slippery, so I try and make sure to minimize any slipping, especially for sumo lifters with that wide stance. You want to make sure you have a good grip, feet don't slip on you. So it's a little too much today for Mackenzie.
A little bit much.
And that could be accumulation of the day. You know, you've had, you're like I said, 4 hours in, 4.5 hours in now.
I think for new lifters, for me, for new lifters, especially if you're a younger lifter, I think they're surprised at how much energy has to go into how long you're here.
For sure, absolutely. And new lifters, especially, like you have that adrenaline dump, and the nerves before, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like even experienced lifters, even myself, I still get nervous before competitions, and that can burn a lot of energy, right?
Yeah.
So if you're nervous and you get amped up, and it's all taking a little bit of energy from you. So by the end of the day, it can definitely tire you out, and so you can get to the end of the day and not have the gas you expected on deadlifts. Other lifters will come out and blow something up that they would never touch in training. So
exactly, it can go either way, can't it?
Yeah, for sure.
Lily's adding 7.5 kilos to the bar for her third. It's 137.5 kilos. That is a 300-pound deadlift for Lily.
Yeah,
and I believe she's got it. She does. She's happy. She's very happy with that. And Lily went 8 for 9 on the day, so she's got to be happy with that. Natalie's up next with 140 kilos.
Natalie going 140 kilos on her third attempt here. 308 pounds. Very patient.
He's working it.
Good patience.
He's working it, yeah.
Referees agree.
Yeah, she worked
that.
out.
Yeah. That can be the challenge sometimes when you get to that lockout and it's getting a little sticky and you got to kind of like take
That
your time.
sumo lockout, you just got to be patient.
Yeah, you don't want to rush it and get a little up and down or hitching on the bar. So she showed good patience and just kind of let the lift finish without trying to jerk it up too much.
So Natalie finishes 8 for 9 on the day as well. I was going to talk a little bit about, and this is something that probably someone you know, maybe well, maybe in passing, but Matt Gary always talks about the percentage of completed or successful lifts, and about how there's research that shows those lifters that finish anywhere from 7.5 to 9 lifts out of 9 are typically the most successful lifters, and that seems to make sense. It seems logical, but I think a lot of lifters forget that.
For sure. I mean, every attempt you make is adding kilos to the bar, right? I mean, to some extent, you could definitely, just little technical calls. I think she got a little bit up and down, and a little bit of hitching on that.
Yeah, I thought I saw a little bit of hitching.
Yeah. So, again, just kind of maybe got stuck on the legs. Just that lockout there, and had to kind of force it through. So, I mean, percentage of lifts made is important. It's a factor that a lot of coaches are looking at. In the end, if you miss something, it means you put too much weight on the bar, right? So something lower, you could definitely have maybe added some kilos to the bar, right? So I think most lifters, it's hard. It's rare to see someone winning big meets going 4 or 5 out of 9, right? It's not impossible. If you're that strong. No lift there for Sophie. She's a little too heavy.
I think she.
Still had a good day. I think that was.
I think she was a little surprised, maybe.
Yeah.
They went for a 10-kilo jump.
Yeah, it's a fairly sizable jump. Yeah. Stephanie out next with 160 kilos.
Yeah. So the information or the point I was trying to make, I guess, about the totals is that you're going 4 for 9, 5 for 9, 6 for 9. You're just leaving too many kilos wasted that haven't been added to your total. Whereas if you make smart jumps, they may not be as big, but now you've got your 8 for 9, your 9 for 9 total.
For sure. And that's 2 kilos or 5 kilos here or there. I mean, it adds up, right? When you're in a tight race, you need every kilo. So a good pull
got it
there
back.
for Stephanie.
There you go. And Stephanie goes 8 for 9 on the day with a good third attempt. We are down to our last 5 lifters of this third round of the second flight.
Yeah, it's often said it's not always the strongest lifter that wins.
It's the smartest lifter?
Well, I mean,
sometimes.
it's the lifter that makes the right numbers.
Right.
And in a lot of contexts, that happens to be your coach kind of making those calls. So there's a lot of details when you're coaching at a high level that you're coaching against other lifters and you're watching what attempts they're going to make, what attempts you need to make. It comes down to your body weight versus their body weight, as well as your lot number versus their lot number. Changes lifting orders. It can be it's a bit of a chess match, and people don't really see that when they're watching powerlifting, right? You're watching someone lift weights, and you're like, hey, that's great.
Right. They don't see the mental aspect of it, and
for sure.
And like you said, the chess game that goes on.
Yeah. He's fighting through it.
My goodness.
Just a hair too much there.
It was a 12.5 kilo. It was a 17.5 kilo jump. Excuse me. It's a huge jump.
It's a big jump.
Yeah.
Could have been going for a qualifying total or something there.
It might have, might have been a PR or a qualifying total of some kind. The whole notion of the coaching aspect of it, to me, I think is undervalued sometimes, because athletes are rarely self-aware. They really most athletes, good athletes, even the best athletes, aren't always aware of what their capabilities are or what their limitations are. And I think that comes into play in powerlifting, especially for coaching, the aspect of it. The coach can see you've got 5 more kilos, and the coach can see you don't have anything left.
Right. Yep. Right. Absolutely. And it can definitely help having a good coach watching you, calling your numbers. I was even talking to a lifter earlier who lifting here today, and it took too long to put his next attempt in. So he got a little downward motion there.
Yeah, it was just the up and down there.
So
I think he knew it as soon as he did it too. Yeah. Strength was there.
So the coach took a little too long to put his next attempt in. So instead of going up by 5 kilos, you only go up to 2.5, right? So if you after you get a good or bad lift, you have 1 minute to put your next attempt in. And if you fail to get your attempt in that minute, then the scorekeeper will automatically put it in for you. So if you made the attempt, it was a good attempt, then your next attempt will be 2.5 kilos higher than the last one. And if you failed the attempt, then it'll just repeat the same weight. So if you're not ready as a coach, if you don't have the lifter cards with you, you're going to run out of time getting that attempt in. And that's just something that's inexperienced, right? You leave the cards back at the bag, and you have to run back for them. And so
my first meet, I've done many meets without a coach present. I've had an online coach, but without a coach present. My first meet, I did not get that second squat attempt in on time.
Right. Yeah.
So 2.5 kilo jump for a squat for a second is not what almost anybody would do.
Yeah.
It was very frustrating, because then you're making, in my case, a 20 kilo jump for my third attempt.
Right, exactly. Yeah. Whereas you want to make those nice 10 and 10 kilo jumps,
Right.
probably, right? So
I think that's
that's
a good third.
Yeah, that's a good
He had a good day.
Yeah.
Yeah, Griffin went 9 for 9 on the day. He's got to be happy with that.
Yeah, good lifting.
Yeah, so the 20 kilo jump I had made at that point, I made the attempt, but I missed the depth, and that was because it was too big a jump.
Yeah. Yeah, and especially in the squats, you have that moment of taking the bar off the rack, and you go, whoa, that's
more than I
a little
thought.
heavier than I thought it was going to feel,
Exactly.
And then depth comes a little harder then, So.
Yep. No, I mean, that's fascinating, the stuff that I read from Matt Gary about that completion rate, the research behind it. I think it's a good lesson for all lifters.
Yeah, there's a plethora of data out there now. There's Open IPF or Open Powerlifting websites that compile basically all the data from all the meets almost around the world, and you can download all that data and do all the analysis you'd like on it. Jake there with 240.
Yeah.
Looks like a good lift. Yeah.
Jake went 8 for 9 on the day. That's a 240 deadlift for a 93 sub junior.
Yeah. So Matt Gary does a lot of analysis on that kind of stuff, and he really reports on making attempts and going, at least greater than 7 for 9, ideally greater than 8 for 9 if you can, to try to give yourself the best chance. And in most cases, the lifters that make the most lifts win, right?
Well, you called Bo's number right, 295. You called it.
So I think it should be a near limit lift for Bo, I'd guess, which is what you want in your third attempt anyway.
Right. I think based on the 286 and a half that he did, I think this, like you said, this is probably right there.
Now it's going to also give him a 700 kilo total if successful, which is, again, that's just a massive total for a 83 kilo sub junior.
That is a massive total.
You see Bo clean his shoes off as he gets on the platform because he really wants to make sure that grip is good for the sumo deadlift. You don't want any slippage on the feet. It can be both dangerous and just detrimental to the lift itself. The feet so close to the plates, if your foot might slip out, the plate might come down on top of it. I've seen it before, and it's not good. Just a hair too much.
Yep. Almost.
Didn't quite get through the transition, but
All right, we are done.
day of lifting for
Our
Bo
morning
tomorrow.
session, our second flight is complete. The awards will come up in a few minutes. We will let you watch the awards. We will go offline here in terms of commentary for a little bit. We'll be back at 2 o'clock with our afternoon session.